Hey guys, tonight we begin a journey into the fog-shrouded streets of Victorian London, where children as young as 6 years old woke before the sun ever thought of rising, their small fingers already numb from cold, their stomachs hollow with hunger. These were the market girls of London, watercress sellers, flower girls, street hawkers, children who never knew childhood, who navigated a city wrapped in poisonous yellow fog, who built lives out of pennies and hope. This is not a fairy tale. This is their story, pulled from the shadows of history, and it is far more extraordinary than fiction could ever be. Now, before we step into that Victorian dawn together, I want to ask you something. If this story moves you tonight, if you find yourself thinking about these remarkable children, would you take just a moment to subscribe to this channel and leave a like? And here is what I really want to know. Where are you right now as you listen to this? Are you in bed with the lights low, sitting in a quiet room, driving home after a long day? Drop a comment and tell me where you are in the world, what time it is for you right now. I love knowing that we are all connected through these stories, scattered across the globe but together in this moment. All right, let us dim the lights, let the world outside fade away, and travel back in time. Close your eyes if you want to. Let us go to London, to the year 1851, to a winter morning when the air itself could kill you. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, 4 in the morning when most of the world is still dreaming. But in the East End of London, in the narrow alleyways and cramped courtyards where the poorest families live, a little girl is already awake. Her name has been lost to history. We do not know what her mother called her, what nickname her siblings used. But we know everything else about her because a journalist named Henry Mayhew sat down with her one day in 1851 and wrote down every word she said. He published her story in a groundbreaking work called London Labour and the London Poor, and that 8-year-old girl became one of the most famous voices of Victorian poverty. She is 8 years old. Let that sink in for a moment. 8 years old, the same age as a child in 3rd grade today. But she does not go to school. She cannot read or write. She does not know what a park is. When Mayhew asks her if she has ever been to one of London's beautiful parks, she looks confused and asks him what he means. She has lived her entire life in the East End and has never left it, never seen a tree that was not dying from soot and smoke. Every morning this little girl wakes up at 4 o'clock, sometimes earlier. She has to, you see, because if she arrives at Farringdon Market any later than 4 or 5 in the morning, all the watercress will be gone. And if the watercress is gone, she cannot work. If she cannot work, she cannot bring home money. And if she cannot bring home money, her family does not eat. So she pulls herself out of the bed she shares with her siblings. The room is freezing. Victorian London in winter is brutal, and the poor cannot afford to keep fires burning all night. She's wearing everything she owns, which is not much. A thin cotton dress, a ragged shawl that is more holes than fabric, and a pair of old carpet slippers that barely stay on her feet. No coat, no proper shoes, no gloves. Mayhew describes her as looking emaciated and unkempt, and he notes with concern that she wears this same outfit even in the severest weather. She does not have time to eat anything. There is probably nothing to eat anyway. She steps out into the dark London street, and the cold hits her like a wall. But worse than the cold is the fog. If you have never experienced a Victorian London fog, count yourself lucky. This was not the soft romantic mist you see in movies. This was what Londoners called a pea souper, a thick, yellowish-green, poisonous fog that you could taste on your tongue, that burned your eyes and throat, that reduced visibility to just a few feet, It was fog mixed with coal smoke from hundreds of thousands of chimneys, fog laden with sulfur dioxide and soot particles, fog that seeped into your lungs and stayed there. Our 8-year-old watercress girl walks through this fog alone. She's so small that she becomes invisible in it. The streets are not safe at 4 in the morning. They're not safe at any time, really. But she has no choice. She makes her way through the narrow alleys, past the sleeping drunks, past the piles of refuse, toward Farringdon Market. Farringdon Market is chaos even at this ungodly hour. It is a wholesale market where vendors bring vegetables to sell in bulk, and it is already crowded with people fighting for the best produce at the best prices. The watercress sellers are everywhere. Adults, children, elderly women, Irish immigrants who fled the famine and ended up here, desperate for any work. They all have the same goal: buy watercress for as little as possible, then sell it on the streets for a tiny profit. The little girl has to be fast. She has to push through the crowd, dodge elbows and carts, and get to the saleswomen before the best bunches are gone. The saleswomen are a mixed bunch. Mayhew's watercress girl tells him that some of them are very kind, especially when watercress is cheap in the summer. These kind women will sometimes give a child a bunch for nothing, a small act of mercy in a merciless world. But other saleswomen are what the girl calls altogether spiteful. If you try to negotiate them down even a farthing, a quarter of a penny, they will snap at you. Go along with you. You are no good, they will say, and they mean it. They are not being cruel for the sake of cruelty. They are poor too. Everyone here is poor. Everyone here is fighting to survive. Kindness is a luxury most cannot afford. The girl manages to buy her watercress. She counts out her pennies carefully because she cannot afford a mistake. In summer, watercress is abundant and cheap, almost as cheap as dirt, she tells Mayhew. But in winter, everything changes. The watercress is scarce, the prices rise, and worse, the watercress itself is so cold that potential customers refuse to buy it. They are so cold people will not buy them, she explains in her interview. For when I go up to them, they say, they will freeze our bellies. Can you imagine? Being so poor that you cannot even afford food that will make you colder. Being so desperate that you have to weigh whether a bunch of watercress will give you nutrition or just make the winter feel even more unbearable. But our girl takes her watercress and begins her workday. She walks through the streets of London crying out, not crying with tears, but crying in the old sense, calling out her wares. 4 bunches a penny watercress, 4 bunches a penny. Her voice has to be loud enough to be heard over the rumble of carts, the shouts of other vendors, the general cacophony of London waking up. She walks for hours. Her feet are freezing in those carpet slippers. Her hands are numb from holding the cold watercress. The fog burns her lungs with every breath. And she is 8 years old. 8 years old, and she already has the mentality of an adult. Mayhew notes this specifically. He writes that even though she is a child, she thinks like a woman who has seen too much of life. She knows how to bargain. She knows the value of every penny. She knows which streets are worth walking down and which are a waste of time. She has learned through hard experience how to read people, who might buy, who will just yell at her to go away, who might try to cheat her. She tells Mayhew about her family. She lives with her mother, her stepfather, and 3 younger siblings in a single room. 1 room for 6 people. The room contains a bed, a table, maybe a chair or 2. There is nowhere to play, nowhere to have privacy, nowhere to be a child. She has a big sister too, but her sister is old enough to work somewhere else. The little girl always gives her mother every penny she earns. I always give Mother my money. She is so very good to me, she tells Mayhew. Then she adds something heartbreaking. She does not often beat me, but when she does not play with me. Let that sentence hit you. She does not often beat me. As if being beaten sometimes is just a normal part of life, which it was. As if the fact that her mother does not beat her often makes her mother a good mother, which in that world, maybe it did. And that last part, when she does not play with me. The simple observation of a child who understands that punishment and affection cannot exist in the same moment. The girl has been pulled out of school. She did attend once briefly, but her labor is worth more than her education. She cannot read, she cannot write. She does not know simple arithmetic beyond what she needs for her work. When Mayhew asks her about money, he discovers that she has only a vague understanding of how it works beyond pennies and farthings. She knows a shilling is worth 12 pennies, but she cannot do the math beyond that. Here is what makes my heart ache. Mayhew asks her what she does for fun, and she has no answer. She does not play. She does not have toys. She has never had a doll, never played with other children, never done any of the things we associate with childhood. Her life is work, sleep, in an endless cycle. But there is one thing she does love. She loves her mother. Despite everything, the poverty, the hunger, the cold, the beating that happens sometimes, she loves her mother fiercely. And she is proud of being able to help. When she makes a good amount of money on a good day, she runs home excited to give it to her mother. That pride, that sense of contributing to the family is what keeps her going. On the best days, she can earn enough to make a real difference. On bad days, she might sell nothing at all. And on those bad days, the family does not eat. It is that simple, that brutal. No sales means no food. The margin between survival and starvation is measured in bunches of watercress sold or not sold, and she is not alone. She tells Mayhew about the other watercress sellers, especially the Irish ones. After the Irish potato famine of the 1840s, thousands of Irish families fled to London, and many of them ended up as street sellers, because it was the only work they could get without connections or references. These Irish sellers are her competition, and she talks about them with a child's matter-of-fact acceptance. This is how the world is. Sometimes, she says, she sees other watercress girls crying, not because they are sad necessarily, though they probably are, but because the cold wind makes their eyes water, or because they are so hungry they can barely stand, or because a customer yelled at them, or because they just cannot do it anymore. Cannot face another day of this, but they have to, so they cry while they work. Mayhew ends his interview with the watercress girl and publishes her story. Something remarkable happens. People respond. Victorians read about this 8-year-old girl and are moved. Some people send money to the Morning Chronicle newspaper, where Mayhew's articles appear, asking that it be given to the girl. The newspaper sets up a loan fund to distribute these charitable donations. But here is the thing. The watercress girl is not unique. She is one of thousands, tens of thousands. In the 1840s, Henry Mayhew estimates there are between 30 and 40,000 street vendors in London, working in a city with a population of just under 2.5 million. That is more than 1% of the entire city making their living by buying cheap and selling on the streets. And at least a quarter of these vendors are children. Children selling watercress, selling flowers, selling matches, selling whatever they can carry in their small hands. Children who wake up before dawn and work until dark. Children who never learn to read, who never play, who grow old before they ever have a chance to be young. The watercress girl's story is not a story of escape. We do not know if those charitable donations reached her. We do not know if her life got better. We do not know what happened to her. She gave Mayhew her story and then disappeared back into the fog, just one more small figure in a vast city of suffering. But her voice survived. Her words were preserved. And now, more than 170 years later, we can still hear her. We can hear that 8-year-old girl saying, "I go about the streets with water creases, crying, 4 bunches a penny, water creases." We can hear her pride when she talks about giving money to her mother. We can hear her confusion when Mayhew asks about parks, her matter-of-fact acceptance when she explains that she is not used to eating meat, only on Sundays. This little girl represents something important. She represents all the children who worked in the shadows of Victorian prosperity, all the small hands that built fortunes for others while earning barely enough to stay alive. She is every child labourer throughout history, every kid who lost their childhood to necessity, every young person who learned too early that the world is neither fair nor kind. And yet, and this is crucial, she is also a testament to resilience. An 8-year-old girl navigating the brutal streets of Victorian London alone, making business decisions, supporting her family, surviving in a world designed to crush people like her. There is something extraordinary in that, something worth remembering. As we leave her here, walking through the fog with her watercress, calling out her 4 bunches for a penny, I want you to think about this. Childhood, as we understand it today, is a recent invention. The idea that children should play, should go to school, should be protected from the harsh realities of adult life. This is not how most of human history worked. For most of history, for most children, life looked more like our watercress girl's life than like a modern childhood. That does not make it right. It makes it heartbreaking. But it also means that every child today who gets to play, who gets to learn, who gets to be a child, that is a victory. That is something that people fought for, that social reformers like Mayhew worked toward by exposing these realities to the public. So tonight, as you drift off to sleep in your warm bed, think of that little girl. Remember her, because in remembering we honor her. We acknowledge that she existed, that she mattered, that her life, however hard, had value. And here is the thing, she was not alone. She was part of a vast network of street vendors, of costermongers and flower girls and market workers, all of them fighting to survive in Victorian London. They had their own culture, their own language, their own community. They were looked down upon by Victorian society, but they built something remarkable in the cracks of that society. They built families and friendships, and a whole hidden world that most Londoners walked past without ever really seeing. In our next part, we're going to enter that world. We're going to meet the costermongers, the kings and queens of the London streets, the 30,000-strong army of vendors who created their own kingdom in the shadows of Victorian respectability. We're going to learn their secret language, understand their customs, see how they built lives out of nothing. We're going to see that the watercress girl was not just a lone child in the fog. She was part of something bigger, something extraordinary. But for now, rest. Let her story settle into your mind, and when you are ready, we will walk deeper into the fog together, into the heart of Victorian London's street markets, where hope and hunger lived side by side, where every penny mattered, and where thousands of forgotten people left their mark on history. Sleep well. The watercress girl's voice echoes still. The watercress girl was not walking those foggy streets alone. She was part of something much larger, something most respectable Victorians pretended not to see, even as they depended on it every single day. She was part of a vast underground economy, a parallel world that existed in the cracks and shadows of Victorian London. She was part of the costermonger kingdom. Now, I know what you might be thinking. What on earth is a costermonger? It sounds like something from a fantasy novel, does it not? Some kind of medieval profession involving monsters or magic? But the reality is far more fascinating than any fiction. The word costermonger comes from costard, which was a type of apple grown in medieval England, and monger, meaning seller. So literally it started as apple seller. But by the Victorian era, the term had expanded to mean anyone who sold fruit, vegetables, fish, or meat from a cart on the street. These were not shop owners. They did not have storefronts or permanent locations. They were mobile vendors, hawkers, street traders, the people who brought food to the neighbourhoods where the poor and working classes lived. And there were thousands of them. When Henry Mayhew did his research in the late 1840s, he estimated there were between 30,000 and 45,000 costermongers in London alone. Let me put that in perspective for you. London's population at that time was just under 2.5 million people. That means roughly 1 out of every 55 Londoners was a costermonger. Imagine walking down a street and knowing that every 55th person you pass makes their living pushing a cart and shouting about their vegetables. But here is what makes it even more interesting. The costermongers were not just scattered individuals trying to survive. They were a tribe, a culture, a society within society. They had their own neighbourhoods, their own customs, their own language, literally their own language, which we will get to in a moment, and their own codes of conduct. They looked after each other in ways that Victorian society did not look after them. Mayhew breaks down the demographics for us with his usual precision. Of all the costermongers in London, about half were born into the trade. Their parents were costers, their grandparents were costers, maybe their great-grandparents too. This was a hereditary profession, passed down through families like any other craft. These families had been selling on the streets for generations, and they knew every trick, every good corner, every way to survive. The other half came from more desperate circumstances. About 3/8 of all costermongers were Irish immigrants, refugees from the Great Famine that devastated Ireland in the 1840s. Can you imagine fleeing your homeland, arriving in London with nothing, and discovering that the only work you can get is pushing a cart through streets where people look down on you? These Irish costers had it especially hard. They were not only poor, they were foreigners. They were Catholic in a Protestant country, and they faced prejudice from every direction. The remaining 1/8 were what Mayhew calls mechanics, tradesmen and Jews, people who had fallen on hard times. Maybe they were skilled workers who lost their jobs. Maybe they were shopkeepers whose businesses failed. Maybe they were just unlucky. Mayhew notes that these latecomers to the trade fared badly, being middle-aged and inexperienced in all the dodges. That phrase, inexperienced in all the dodges, tells you everything about costermonger life. Success was not just about having goods to sell. It was about knowing the dodges, the tricks, the shortcuts, the unspoken rules of street commerce. It was about knowing which wholesale markets opened first, which sellers would give you credit, which street corners were already claimed by other vendors, which customers would pay fair prices and which would try to cheat you. The costermongers had a hierarchy, and it was based purely on one thing: transportation. At the top were the costers who owned their own barrows, those wooden carts that could hold a significant amount of goods. Owning a barrow meant you were established. You had capital. You could buy more stock and therefore make more profit. Some of the most successful costers even had donkeys or horses to pull their barrows, which was the height of coster wealth. Below the barrow owners were the basket sellers, like our watercress girl. These vendors could only carry what they could hold in their arms or in baskets. This meant lighter goods, flowers, watercress, matches, small items. The profit margins were thinner because you could not carry much, but there was an advantage too. You did not need any capital to start, no barrow to buy or rent, no donkey to feed. You could begin with just a few pennies to buy your first batch of goods. The costers lived together in what Mayhew calls colonies, clusters of families in courtyards and alleyways, usually near the big street markets. London had 32 major street markets at this time, and around each one you would find these coster colonies. The living conditions were grim by any standard. Most coster families lived in a single room, one room for parents, children, sometimes extended family. One room for sleeping, eating, working, living. Mayhew visited several of these homes, and his descriptions are vivid. In one home he visits, he finds what he calls thriving costers, a mother, son, and daughter, who are doing relatively well. The room is small but clean. The floor is scrubbed white. Pictures of saints are pasted on the wall above the fireplace. On the mantelpiece sit china busts of Prince Albert and a popular band leader named Monsieur Julien. They have a proper bedstead with a quilt, a dresser with clean cups and blue plates, and a pot of stew bubbling on the fire. Mayhew specifically notes that this family is teetotal. They do not drink alcohol, and he clearly sees this as the key to their relative prosperity. In Victorian thinking, poverty and alcohol were seen as inseparable. The reality, of course, was more complicated. When your life involves standing in the cold for 12 hours a day, when your body aches and your prospects are bleak, when every penny counts and one bad day means your children go hungry, well, you can understand why someone might want a drink. But this particular family has resisted that temptation, and they are better off for it. The next home Mayhew visits is darker, literally and figuratively. 5 people live there, and he describes it as a kitchen, though it sounds more like a cellar. A barrow is parked outside the window, blocking most of the light. The railings above rattle so loudly when pedestrians walk by that the people inside have to stop talking and wait for the noise to pass. Can you imagine trying to have a conversation, trying to eat dinner, trying to live, while every few minutes the world above you shakes the walls? But here is what is remarkable. Despite the poverty, despite the cramped conditions, despite everything working against them, the costermongers built a culture. They created community. They developed their own identity. Take their clothing, for instance. Costermongers were known throughout London for their distinctive style. The men wore large neckerchiefs called kingsmen, often bright red or patterned. These neckerchiefs were a badge of identity, a way of signalling I am a coster to anyone who knew how to read the signs. They wore corduroy trousers, heavy boots, and caps tilted at jaunty angles. The women wore similar neckerchiefs, along with shawls and aprons designed for hard work. Later on, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, some costers started wearing clothes covered in pearl buttons. Hundreds of pearl buttons sewn onto jackets and trousers in elaborate patterns. These pearly kings and queens became symbols of London's East End, and the tradition continues today. Modern pearly kings and queens dressed in their button-covered outfits still appear at London events and charity functions. They are living links to the costermonger culture of Victorian times. But back in the 1840s, the most distinctive thing about costermongers was not their clothing. It was their voices. Costers made their living by attracting attention, and they were masters at it. They had melodic sales patter, sing-song cries, rhythmic chants that could be heard from streets away. Each type of vendor had their own distinctive cry. 4 bunches a penny, water creases, resh herring, alive alive oh, ripe strawberries, penny a bowl, sweep, sweep, sweep. These cries became part of the fabric of London life. They were so distinctive that composers wrote music inspired by them. Playwrights included them in their works. Back in 1409, more than 400 years before the Victorian era, a poet named John Lydgate wrote a ballad about London street cries, specifically mentioning vendors selling cherries and strawberries. William Shakespeare references costermongers too. In Henry IV, Part 2, he writes about costermonger times when true valour is turned bear-herd, suggesting these were common, perhaps debased times. Ben Jonson, another famous playwright, has a character in his play, Epicone, or the Silent Woman, who cannot endure a costermonger. He swoons if he hear one. The joke is that this character hates all noise and is trying to find a completely silent wife, which, good luck with that in any era. The point is, costermongers were famous. They were part of London's identity, part of its soundscape, part of its daily rhythm. Respectable Victorian society might have looked down on them, but everyone knew them, everyone heard them, everyone depended on them. And here is something that might surprise you. The costermongers had their own language, not just slang or jargon, but an actual secret language that only they could understand. It was called backslang, and it worked exactly like it sounds. You said words backward. Police became isilop. Boy became yob, which, by the way, is why in British English, yob still means a rough young man. That word comes directly from costermonger backslang. Penny became yenep. Beer became reeb. Now here is the fascinating puzzle about backslang. It was based on written language. You had to know how to spell a word to say it backward correctly. But Mayhew tells us that almost all costermongers were illiterate. 90% or more could not read or write. So how did an illiterate community create a language based on spelling? Mayhew suggests that backslang must have been invented by someone educated, someone who knew how to read and write, and then that person taught it to others who memorized the backward words without understanding the spelling underneath. The system was only 5 to 10 years old when Mayhew was researching his book, so it was relatively new. Why create a secret language? For protection. The costers did not trust authority. They especially did not trust the police, and with good reason. The police regularly harassed street vendors, confiscated their goods, arrested them for obstruction, or for selling without licenses. Having a language the police could not understand was a survival tool. If a constable was coming down the street, you could warn your fellow costers, "Essilop, Essilop," and everyone would know to scatter or hide their goods. The relationship between costermongers and the police was, in Mayhew's words, one of permanent warfare. This was not an exaggeration. When police tried to clear street vendors from a corner, the costers would fight back, sometimes literally. They would throw stones, bricks, bottles, anything they could get their hands on. They would ambush police officers when they could. One historian notes that while navvies, the labourers who built railways, sometimes fought with civil authority. With costermongers it was axiomatic, meaning it was a fundamental, unchanging aspect of their culture. But within their own community, costers had strict codes of honour. Theft among costers was rare. If someone stole from a fellow coster, the entire community would turn on the thief. They policed themselves because they had to. They could not rely on the legal system to protect them, so they built their own system of justice. They even had leaders called pearly kings and queens, though this tradition formalized later. In the Victorian era the concept was already there. These were respected costers who helped keep peace between rival vendors, who mediated disputes, who organized the community. They were not elected or appointed. They earned their position through respect and through their ability to maintain order. Here is something else interesting. Costers looked after each other in practical ways. If a coster fell ill and could not work, other costers would help support their family. If someone's barrow broke, neighbors would help repair it. If the police arrested a coster, the community would pool money for bail or fines. This was not charity. This was survival. They understood that any of them could be the one who needed help tomorrow. The costermonger week revolved around a rhythm that the entire city recognized. Saturday night and Sunday morning were the busiest times. Working families got paid on Saturdays, so Saturday night was when they had money to spend. The street markets on Saturday nights were spectacular events, crowded, noisy, lit by naphtha lamps that cast dramatic shadows, filled with the sound of vendors competing for customers' attention. Sunday morning markets were also busy, though controversial. Many Victorian reformers wanted to ban Sunday trading, arguing it violated the Sabbath. But for the poor, Sunday was often the only day they could shop. They worked all week. Sunday was their one chance to buy food for their families. The debate over Sunday markets got heated, with religious leaders condemning them and costermongers defending them as necessary. The costers sold an astonishing variety of goods. Yes, they sold fruit and vegetables. That was the core of the business. They would go to the big wholesale markets early in the morning. Covent Garden for produce, Billingsgate for fish, Smithfield for meat, Spitalfields for fruit. They would buy whatever was cheapest, whatever was in surplus, and then sell it in the neighbourhoods where ordinary people lived. But they also sold prepared foods. Fried eels were popular, ginger beer, ice confections in summer, hot pies in winter. They sold flowers, not just cut flowers but potted plants too, though Mayhew notes that costers usually stuck to cheaper varieties and avoided expensive plants unless they could get them cheap. They sold everything from matches to bootlaces to second-hand clothing to pots and pans. In the 1840s, costers accounted for 10% of all the produce sold at Covent Garden and 1/3 of all the fish sold at Billingsgate. Those are massive numbers. Think about it. 1/3 of all fish consumed in London was sold by street vendors pushing carts and shouting about their wares. The formal economy might have pretended costers did not matter, but the actual functioning of the city depended on them absolutely. The income was precarious. Mayhew calculated that the average costermonger earned about 8 shillings per week. To give you context, a loaf of bread cost about 4 pence at the time, and there were 12 pence in a shilling, so 8 shillings was 96 pence, which could buy 24 loaves of bread. That does not sound too bad until you realise that bread alone is not enough to live on, and that 8 shillings had to cover rent, clothing, fuel for heating, and everything else. And that was just an average. Some weeks were better, some worse. Weather could destroy your income. If it rained too hard, people stayed inside. If it was too cold, produce would spoil, or like our watercress girl discovered, customers would refuse to buy food that would freeze their bellies. If you got sick and could not work, you earned nothing. There was no safety net, no savings, no backup plan, yet they persisted. 30,000 strong they persisted. They woke before dawn, they worked all day, they shouted themselves hoarse, they endured cold and fog and hunger and contempt from their social superiors. And somehow, many of them found joy in it too. The costers were known for their entertainment. They loved penny concerts and theatres. They attended what were called gaffs, cheap theatres where entry cost just a penny or two. Mayhew describes one gaff where 3/4 of the audience were young girls, many only 8 years old, watching melodramas and comedies. The boys preferred the gallery at the Victoria Theatre, now called the Old Vic, where 2,000 rowdy young men would stamp, holler, whistle, and sing along with the shows. They had dances too. Costa hops were legendary. These were not refined Victorian balls. These were vigorous, laborious affairs where people danced with wild energy, often until 1 or 2 in the morning. The dances included jigs, hornpipes, and country dances. There was even a dance where you had to place your boot toe between tobacco pipes arranged on the floor without breaking them. Hours of hard physical labour during the day, then hours of hard physical dancing at night. The Costas had energy that astonished observers. There were 400 beer shops catering specifically to costermongers, according to Mayhew. These were their social clubs, their meeting places, their escape from the harsh world outside. Yes, alcohol was a problem for some, but for many these beer shops were simply where the community gathered, where friendships were formed, where you could relax for an hour and forget that tomorrow you would have to wake up before dawn and do it all again. The costermonger community was tight-knit by necessity. When the whole world treats you as disposable, you learn to see value in each other. When society tells you that you do not matter, you build a society that says you do. The Costas might have been poor, but they were not powerless. They had each other, and that counted for something. Their legacy lives on in ways most people do not realise. Every street market in London today, from Borough Market to Camden Market to Portobello Road, traces its lineage back to the costermongers. The tradition of street vendors, of market culture, of that particular London personality that is loud and colourful and unafraid, that comes from the Costas. And the pearly kings and queens you still see at London events, wearing those remarkable button-covered outfits. They are the direct descendants of costermonger culture. They raise money for charity now. They appear at festivals and celebrations. They are symbols of London's working-class heritage. When you see them, you are seeing a living connection to those 30,000 vendors who work the foggy streets of Victorian London. So the watercress girl walking through that fog with her 4 bunches for a penny was not alone. She was part of this vast network, this parallel economy, this hidden kingdom. She was one of thousands, and those thousands looked after their own. But the Costas did not only sell vegetables and fish. Some sold something far more precious, far more beautiful, far more symbolic: flowers. And the flower girls of London have their own extraordinary story, one that mingles beauty and tragedy in ways that are almost too perfect, too poetic. So let us turn our attention now to those flower girls, to the ones who carried baskets of violets and roses through those same foggy streets, who turned poverty into something that looked, from a distance, almost romantic. The flower girls are waiting for us, just around the corner. Can you hear them calling? Sweet violets, fresh roses, flowers for the lady, flowers for the gentleman. Let us go meet them. Picture this. A young girl, maybe 10 or 12 years old, standing on a street corner in London. In her arms she carries a basket overflowing with violets. Tiny purple flowers that smell like spring even in the middle of a grimy industrial city. She's wearing a tattered dress and a thin shawl, but something about her seems almost romantic, does it not? Almost picturesque, like something out of a painting or a novel. This is the image most Victorians had of flower girls. It is the image we still have today, actually. When we think of Victorian London street sellers, we often imagine flower girls more than any other type. There is something about the combination, youth, beauty, flowers, poverty, that captures the imagination. It feels poetic. It feels like there should be a story there, a fairy tale where the poor flower girl is rescued by a wealthy gentleman and lives happily ever after. And that is exactly the problem. The mythology of the flower girl has obscured the reality so thoroughly that we almost cannot see the actual women and girls anymore. Victorian society romanticized these sellers into near-fantasy figures, and in doing so, they made it easier to ignore the brutal economics underneath. If poverty can be made to look beautiful, if suffering can be framed as picturesque, then we do not have to feel quite so bad about it, do we? But tonight, we're going to look past the romance. We're going to meet real flower girls, not the mythical creatures of Victorian imagination, but the actual human beings who sold flowers to survive. And I promise you, their true stories are far more interesting than any sanitized fantasy. Let us start with the basics. Flower girls were, technically speaking, a subset of costermongers. They sold flowers, herbs, and sometimes small potted plants from baskets or directly from their arms. Unlike other costers who needed barrows or carts, flower girls could operate with minimal equipment. A basket, maybe a shawl to wrap around the flowers, and you were in business. This low barrier to entry meant that flower selling attracted the most desperate workers, women and children who had literally nothing, who could not even afford to rent a barrow. It also meant mobility. A flower girl could move easily around London, following the crowds, setting up wherever customers might be found. Train stations, theatre districts, busy shopping streets, anywhere gentlemen and ladies might be persuaded to buy a bouquet or a buttonhole. The flowers themselves came from Covent Garden Market, the great wholesale market in Westminster. Flower girls would arrive there early, though perhaps not quite as early as the watercress sellers, because flowers were a luxury good, not a necessity, and the competition was not quite as fierce. They would buy the cheapest flowers available, the ones that were slightly wilted or out of season or simply unfashionable. Violets were popular because they were small, sweet-smelling and relatively cheap. Roses when they could get them. Lavender. Posies of mixed wildflowers. Henry Mayhew, our faithful chronicler, notes that costers ordinarily confines himself to the cheaper sorts of plants and rarely meddles with such things as acacias, mezereons, savines, syringas, lilacs, or even myrtles, and with none of these things unless cheap. The expensive, fashionable flowers went to proper florist shops. The flower girls got what was left. And here is something that might surprise you. Selling flowers required genuine skill and fortitude. It was not just standing prettily on a corner looking pathetic until someone bought flowers out of pity. You had to know which flowers were freshest, how to keep them alive throughout the day, how to arrange them attractively, how to read potential customers and approach them at the right moment with the right pitch. You had to endure all weathers. Flowers do not sell well in the rain. They get waterlogged and sad-looking, and people hurry past with their heads down. They do not sell well in extreme cold either, but you still had to be out there because if you did not work, you did not eat. So flower girls developed techniques for protecting their stock, for keeping flowers fresh, for making old flowers look new. The mythology surrounding flower girls really took off in the 19th century. Artists loved painting them. Writers loved including them in novels and poems. There was something about the juxtaposition, beauty growing from poverty, delicate flowers in rough hands, innocence surviving in a corrupt city, that appealed to Victorian sensibilities. But this romanticization had a dark side. It created what historians call a mythologized image that obscured the material realities of the work. When you make poverty look pretty, you make it easier to tolerate. When you turn a suffering child into an aesthetic object, you do not have to think too hard about why children are suffering in the first place. Let me tell you about two real flower girls whose stories survive in the historical record. Their lives are going to show you the gap between myth and reality, between the romantic image and the truth. First, there is Eliza Phage. She died in 1929 at the age of 62, and when historians examined her life, they discovered something fascinating. She'd been selling flowers since she was a young girl, but not because she was some orphaned waif waiting to be rescued. She came from a family of flower sellers. This was the family business, passed down through generations, just like the costermonger families we talked about earlier. Eliza eventually moved off the streets and opened an actual flower shop, a brick-and-mortar store. This was crossing a crucial line in Victorian society. Street sellers were looked down upon, considered barely respectable. But shopkeepers, even small ones, had status. They were part of the merchant class. They were respectable. The historical accounts of Eliza's life emphasize her early days as a flower girl, presenting it as something she overcame, something that makes her later success more impressive. And fair enough, it is impressive. But notice what that framing does. It suggests that being a street seller was a temporary hardship, a stepping stone, something you were supposed to escape from. It erases all the women who never escaped, who sold flowers their entire lives, who never got to open shops or become respectable. Now let me tell you about Ellen Keeley, and this is where the story gets really interesting. Ellen was born in 1860, right in the heart of the Victorian era. She lived in Covent Garden her entire life, from birth until her death in 1949. When she died at age 89, she left an estate worth £6,367. In today's money, adjusted for inflation, that would be roughly equivalent to £200,000, or about $250,000. Let that sink in for a moment. A woman who started as a flower girl died wealthy enough to leave a substantial estate. How did that happen? Here is Ellen's story, and it is magnificent. Her family came to London from Ireland in the early 19th century, fleeing poverty and probably the famine. They settled in Covent Garden, right next to the flower market, and they did something brilliant. They started building barrows. Remember, barrows were essential equipment for street vendors. Every coster needed one, and Ellen's family opened a workshop making and repairing barrows. Even better, they started a barrow rental business. Costers who could not afford to buy their own barrow could rent one by the day or week. This was genius. They were providing essential infrastructure for the entire street-selling economy. By the time Ellen was old enough to work, her family had two thriving businesses, the barrow workshop and rental operation, and a flower-selling operation. Young Ellen worked as a flower girl, learning the trade from the ground up. She learned which flowers sold best, how to negotiate with wholesale sellers, how to read customers, how to manage money. But she did not stay on the streets. As she got older, and as the family businesses grew, Ellen moved into the shop. Eventually she owned and operated a florist shop in Covent Garden, along with continuing the barrow rental business. When she died in 1949, her estate included the leasehold on 3 properties, the freehold on 2 houses, the barrow hire business, and all the goodwill, stock and fittings of the flower shop. Ellen was a respected member of the Covent Garden commercial community. When she died, hundreds of market traders and porters lined the route of her funeral procession. Hundreds of funeral wreaths were commissioned for her, an ironic and beautiful tribute for a woman who had spent her life in the flower trade. The community turned out to honour one of their own who had succeeded on a spectacular scale. Now, here is what makes Ellen's story so important. Victorian accounts of her early life as a flower girl present it in stark contrast to her later success. Look how far she came, from street urchin to businesswoman, from poverty to prosperity. It is a classic rags to riches story, and the Victorians loved those because they suggested that anyone could succeed if they just worked hard enough. But that narrative obscures some crucial facts. Ellen's family was never destitute. Yes, she sold flowers as a child, but her family owned businesses. They had capital, connections, property. Ellen did not escape poverty. She was never as poor as the watercress girl we met earlier. What she did was leverage her family's position in the market economy to build something larger. This does not diminish her achievement. Building a successful business is hard work regardless of where you start. But it does complicate the fairy tale narrative. Ellen succeeded partly because she was talented and hard-working, yes, but also because she had family support, business infrastructure, and access to capital. Most flower girls had none of those things. Most flower girls were like the ones Henry Mayhew interviewed. Children sent out by desperately poor parents, often disabled or disfigured in ways that made other work impossible. You see, there was a grim logic to flower selling. If a child was too weak for heavy labour, too sickly for factory work, too blind or lame or otherwise disabled for most occupations, she could still hold a basket of flowers. She could still stand on a corner and appeal to passers-by's pity. This brings us to one of the most important institutions in the flower girl story, John Groom's mission. Now, John Groom was a Victorian philanthropist and Christian preacher who dedicated his life to helping the most vulnerable street children. In particular, he focused on flower girls and watercress sellers who were orphaned, disabled, blind, or otherwise unable to support themselves. Groom established what was officially called the Watercress and Flower Girls Christian Mission. It provided housing, food, and training for these girls. The housing was sometimes called a cripplage, a term that sounds harsh to modern ears, but was standard Victorian terminology for institutions serving disabled people. Here is what made Groom's mission remarkable. He did not just provide charity, he provided training and employment. The girls at his mission learned to make artificial flowers, silk flowers, paper flowers, elaborate creations that wealthy Victorians used for decoration. This was skilled work that could be done sitting down, work that did not require perfect vision or physical strength, work that paid better than street selling. The artificial flowers made at Groom's mission became famous. In 1912, they produced millions of roses for Queen Alexandra Rose Day, the first major charitable event in Britain to raise funds through the sale of artificial flowers. Think about that. Flower girls who once sold real flowers to survive were now crafting artificial ones for the Queen. Groom also established an orphanage in Clacton, on the south coast of England, where he sent street children to give them a better life away from London's pollution and poverty. The John Groom charity still exists today, though it has been renamed Livability. It continues to support disabled people, carrying on the work that started with those Victorian flower girls. But even institutions like Groom's mission reinforce certain narratives about flower girls. The girls were presented as innocent victims who needed rescue, and some of them were, absolutely. But many others were simply workers, doing difficult work to support themselves and their families. They were not helpless waifs waiting to be saved. They were economic actors navigating a brutal system as best they could. The Victorian language of flowers adds another layer to this story. In the Victorian era, different flowers had different meanings, and everyone knew this code. Roses meant love, violets meant modesty, lavender meant devotion. Forget-me-nots meant, well, exactly what you would expect. There were entire dictionaries published explaining the meaning of hundreds of different flowers. This language of flowers was part of courtship culture. A gentleman could send specific flowers to a lady to communicate feelings that would be inappropriate to say aloud. And flower girls were the facilitators of this communication. They sold the vocabulary, so to speak, that allowed Victorians to conduct their romantic lives. Can you see how this made flower girls even more symbolic? They were not just selling flowers, they were selling the tools of romance, the language of love. They stood on cold street corners making other people's love stories possible, while often having no romantic prospects of their own. That irony did not escape contemporary observers. The most famous fictional flower girl is, of course, Eliza Doolittle from George Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion, later adapted into the musical My Fair Lady. Eliza is a Covent Garden flower girl with a thick Cockney accent who is transformed by a professor into a lady who can pass for duchess. It is a wonderful story about class, language, and identity. But notice what the story does. It suggests that flower girls are rough diamonds who just need polishing, that beneath the poverty is refinement waiting to emerge. In reality, most flower girls were exactly what they appeared to be. Working-class women and girls doing hard, unglamorous work. There was nothing hidden about them except the full reality of their lives, which Victorian society preferred not to examine too closely. So why did Victorian society romanticize flower girls so thoroughly? Why turn poverty into poetry? Partly, it was psychological. If you walk past suffering every day, you develop defense mechanisms. One mechanism is to aestheticize it, to make it beautiful or meaningful so it does not hurt quite so much to see. If the flower girl looks picturesque, if she seems almost content with her lot, then you do not have to feel guilty about the society that put her there. But there is also something deeper. The flower girl represented a kind of innocence that Victorian society desperately wanted to believe still existed. In the midst of industrial capitalism, in a city choking on its own smoke, in an era of ruthless economic competition, the image of a young girl selling flowers suggested that beauty and gentleness could still survive. It was comforting. It was false mostly, but it was comforting. The real flower girls were more complex than the myth. Some were indeed desperate orphans. Others, like Ellen Keeley, came from established market families. Some were disabled girls who had no other options. Others were perfectly healthy women who preferred outdoor work to factory drudgery. Some were Irish immigrants, some were English-born, some were children sent out by their parents, others were adults supporting children of their own. What they all had in common was this. They were doing difficult, precarious work in all weather conditions, dealing with customers who range from kind to cruel, earning barely enough to survive, and being simultaneously romanticized and looked down upon by the society around them. And yet, within that framework, they found ways to live. They found ways to take pride in their work. Ellen Keeley's funeral procession, with hundreds of people lining the streets, tells you that she was respected in her community. She mattered. Her life meant something beyond the romantic imagery. There are photographs that survive from the Victorian era, grainy black and white images of flower girls standing on London streets. If you look at these photographs closely, you can see past the mythology. You can see the actual women and girls, their worn clothing, their tired faces, their baskets of flowers. They are not tragic heroines or romantic figures. They are workers. They are survivors. One particularly fascinating account is Reminiscences of a Flower Girl, written by a woman who had lived and worked at John Groom's Edgware estate in the 1930s. She describes life there, the friendships among the flower girls, the work of making artificial flowers, the small joys and frustrations of daily life. Reading her account, you realize these were just ordinary women living ordinary lives under extraordinary circumstances. Another account, More Than One Mountain to Climb, provide similar insights. These first-hand narratives are precious because they let us hear the voices of the flower girls themselves, unfiltered by Victorian romanticization or modern nostalgia. What do we learn from these voices? We learn that flower girls had personalities, opinions, humour. They gossiped and laughed and complained and dreamed just like anyone else. They were not symbols or statistics. They were people. So when you see those old photographs of Victorian flower girls, or when you watch My Fair Lady, or when you encounter the flower girl in literature and art, I want you to do something. Look past the surface. Acknowledge the mythology, but do not stop there. Ask yourself, what was the real experience? What did it actually feel like to stand on a cold street corner for 10 hours with a basket of violets? What did it take to survive that life? The answer is more than we usually give them credit for. More strength, more intelligence, more resilience than the romantic imagery suggests. The flower girls were not delicate blossoms waiting to be plucked. They are tough, skilled workers navigating a harsh world. And some of them, like Ellen Keeley, built something extraordinary, not by escaping the flower trade, but by mastering it, by understanding its economics, by creating businesses within that economy. Ellen died respected and relatively wealthy, but she never stopped being a flower seller at heart. Those hundreds of funeral wreaths were not just beautiful, they were recognition. They said, "We see you, we remember you, you were one of us." Now, those flower girls did not work in isolation. They bought their flowers from somewhere, from the great wholesale markets that fed all of London. Those markets, Covent Garden, Billingsgate, Spitalfields, were worlds unto themselves, massive operations that made the entire street-selling economy possible. And if you really want to understand the flower girls and the watercress sellers and all the costers we have been meeting, you need to see where they got their goods, where they started their days, where the whole system began. So let us follow them. Let us go to those markets in the dark hours before dawn, when the city is just waking up and the real work begins. Let us see the chaos and the commerce, the shouts and the smells, the Irish basket women and the barra boys, the whole magnificent, overwhelming machinery of Victorian London's food system. The markets are waiting. Can you smell them already? Fish and flowers and humanity, all mixed together in the fog. It is 3:30 in the morning, and Covent Garden Market is already alive. Not alive like a city waking up, alive like a city that never slept in the first place. Lanterns and torches cast flickering light across hundreds of people moving with urgent purpose. Carts rumble over cobblestones. Voices shout in a dozen different accents: Cockney, Irish, Scottish, Welsh, languages from across Europe. The air is thick with smells, fresh earth clinging to vegetables, the sweet perfume of flowers, the sharp tang of human sweat, and underneath it all the ever-present stench of the Thames River just a few streets away. This is where the watercress girl came at 4 o'clock. This is where Ellen Keeley's family built their barrow business. This is the beating heart of London's street-selling economy, and if you want to understand Victorian poverty, you have to understand these markets. There were 3 great wholesale markets that dominated London's food supply in the Victorian era: Covent Garden for fruit, vegetables and flowers, Billingsgate for fish, Smithfield for meat. Each had its own character, its own rhythms, its own cast of characters who kept the whole system running. Let us start with Covent Garden because it is the most famous, the most romanticised, and perhaps the most fascinating. The name comes from Convent Garden. The land once belonged to Westminster Abbey before Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries in the 1530s. By the Victorian era, Covent Garden had been a market for more than 200 years, and it had grown into something massive. Imagine standing in the piazza as dawn approaches. You're surrounded by piles of produce that seem to reach toward the sky. Mountains of cabbages, pyramids of apples, towers of oranges imported from Spain, bundles of asparagus tied with string, sacks of potatoes, crates of strawberries, and flowers. Oh, the flowers! Buckets of roses, bunches of lavender, armfuls of lilies, baskets of violets, every colour and scent you can imagine. The sellers are everywhere, shouting their prices, negotiating with buyers, moving stock with practiced efficiency. These are not the street sellers we've been talking about. These are the wholesale dealers, the people who buy from farmers and gardeners and then sell in bulk to the costermongers. They are often rough characters, quick-tempered, sharp-tongued, expert at spotting anyone trying to cheat them. And then there are the Irish basket women, and these women deserve their own moment of recognition because they were absolutely extraordinary. Picture a woman. Let us call her Mary because that is statistically likely given how common the name was among Irish Catholics. Mary fled Ireland during or after the Great Famine of the 1840s. Maybe her entire village starved. Maybe she watched her children die. Maybe she walked to Dublin and got on a boat with nothing but the clothes on her back. She arrived in London with no money, no connections, no husband, and no prospects. What does a woman in that situation do? Mary becomes a basket woman. She stations herself in Covent Garden Piazza, usually sitting on the edge of a fountain or against a wall, smoking a short clay pipe. When a customer buys more produce than they can carry, Mary offers her services. She will carry their load, on her back, on her head, balanced on her shoulders, to wherever they need it delivered. For a penny or two, she will haul 60 pounds of vegetables across half of London. Henry Mayhew describes these Irish basket women with a mixture of shock and grudging admiration. They were, he writes, as strong, alcoholic and foul-mouthed as their male counterparts. Victorian society expected women to be delicate, refined, modest, soft-spoken. The Irish basket women were none of those things. They drank gin. They cursed like sailors. They fought each other when disputes arose. They could carry loads that would break most men's backs. Victorian London did not know what to make of them. Women were supposed to be weak, in need of male protection. But here were women who outworked, outcursed, and sometimes outfought the men around them. They disrupted every comfortable assumption about gender and capability. The basket women had their own community, their own hierarchy. The older women, the ones who'd been working the market for decades, commanded respect. They got the best spots to sit, the first chance at good customers, the right to mediate disputes. Younger women learned the trade from them, learned which customers paid fairly and which tried to cheat, learned how to balance impossible loads without dropping anything. And make no mistake, this was skilled work. Balancing 60 pounds of vegetables on your head while walking through crowded, uneven streets required technique, strength, and practice. Do it wrong, and you could seriously injure yourself. Do it right, and you could make a living. Barely, but a living nonetheless. The basket women were just one part of Covent Garden's ecosystem. There were also the barrow boys, young men and boys who pushed wheelbarrows full of goods for customers. Unlike the basket women who carried loads on their bodies, the barrow boys had wheels, which meant they could move heavier loads but needed to navigate through crowds without running anyone over. It was its own kind of skill. The flower sellers at Covent Garden were particularly important to the market's identity. Not the street sellers, those came later, but the wholesale flower dealers. These were often families who had been in the flower trade for generations. They knew every gardener within 50 miles of London, every greenhouse owner, every source of seasonal blooms. They could tell you which flowers would be popular next week, which were oversupplied and therefore cheap, which were scarce and therefore valuable. Some of the wholesale flower dealers were kind to the poor flower girls who came to buy. Mayhew's sources mention saleswomen who would give a child a free bunch when flowers were cheap, an act of mercy in a merciless place. But other dealers were harsh, refusing to budge even a farthing on price, suspicious of every customer, hardened by years of dealing with people who tried to cheat them. The economics of Covent Garden were fascinating. In the 1840s, costermongers bought approximately 10% of all produce sold at the market. Think about that. 1/10 of all the fruits and vegetables that passed through Covent Garden ended up being sold on the streets by vendors with carts and baskets. This was not a marginal economy. This was a huge chunk of London's food distribution system. The costers bought the surplus, the imperfect, the cheap. If a farmer brought in too many cabbages and the price dropped, costers would swoop in and buy hundreds of them at rock-bottom prices. If strawberries were overripe and would not last another day, costers would buy them and sell them that same day at a discount. The costermongers served as a kind of pressure valve for the agricultural economy, absorbing surplus and preventing waste. But working Covent Garden required knowledge. You had to know when different produce arrived, which sellers gave good quality for the price, how to negotiate without getting thrown out. The Irish costers had a particularly hard time because many of the English dealers looked down on them. You could have two customers offering the same price for the same goods, and the dealer would sell to the English one simply because they were English. Now let us travel east to Billingsgate Fish Market, and prepare yourself because Billingsgate makes Covent Garden look refined by comparison. Billingsgate sat right on the Thames River, and it smelled like you would expect a fish market next to a polluted river to smell. The Thames in Victorian times was basically an open sewer. Factories dumped waste into it. Hundreds of thousands of households emptied their chamber pots into it eventually. Dead animals floated in it, and right next to this toxic waterway, London bought and sold the fish that people would eat for dinner. The fish arrived by boat in the early morning hours, brought from the North Sea by fishing vessels that had been out for days. The fish were packed in ice when available, but ice was expensive, so in summer, fish spoiled quickly. This created fierce urgency. Fish had to be sold fast or it became worthless, or worse, dangerous. Billingsgate dealers were famous, or infamous, for their language. Billingsgate language became a Victorian euphemism for profanity and obscenity. If someone swore creatively and extensively, people would say they talked like Billingsgate. The fish dealers did not have time for politeness. They had tons of fish to move before it spoiled, and they conducted business at top volume with minimal patience for anyone who wasted their time. Costermongers bought approximately 1/3 of all fish sold at Billingsgate in the 1840s. 1/3! That is an enormous proportion. The costers would buy cheap fish, herrings mostly because they were affordable for working-class customers, and then fan out across London shouting "fresh herring, alive, alive-o," even though the herrings were definitely not alive. Fish selling was harder than produce selling in some ways. Fish spoiled faster, smelled worse, and was messier to handle. But it was also profitable because everyone ate fish. Catholics were required to eat fish on Fridays, which meant every Friday the fish costers could count on good sales. The wealthier costers would buy more expensive fish to sell to middle-class customers, but most stuck with the cheap varieties that working people could afford. There was a seasonal rhythm to Billingsgate. In winter, when storms made fishing dangerous, catches were irregular. This drove prices up, but it also meant wealthy customers were willing to pay premium prices because they wanted fish for their winter dinner parties. The smart costers would buy fish in January and February when prices were high and sell to middle-class neighbourhoods where customers could afford it. In summer, fish was abundant but spoiled within hours in the heat. Costers had to calculate carefully. Buy too much, and you would have unsellable, stinking fish by evening. Buy too little, and you would miss out on potential profit. It was a gamble every single day. Then there was Smithfield, the great meat market, and Smithfield was chaos of a different kind entirely. Smithfield had been a livestock market for centuries. Animals were driven through the streets of London to be sold and slaughtered right there. By the Victorian era, this was causing massive problems. Imagine thousands of cattle, sheep and pigs being herded through city streets, leaving behind waste, blocking traffic, occasionally breaking loose and causing panic. The smell alone must have been overwhelming. The live animal trade at Smithfield finally ended in 1855 when the market moved to a new location, but throughout most of the Victorian era, Smithfield was where London's meat came from. Butchers bought carcasses and cuts of meat to sell in their shops, but costers also bought meat, cheaper cuts, organ meats, bones for making soup, to sell on the streets. Meat was a luxury for the poor. Remember the watercress girl telling Mayhew she was not used to meat, only on Sunday? That was typical. Working-class families might have meat once a week if they were lucky, usually on Sunday, the traditional day of rest and slightly better meals. The rest of the week was bread, vegetables, tea, maybe some fish. Street-sold meat was cheaper than shop-bought meat, but it was also riskier. There were no health inspections, no refrigeration beyond ice when available. A coster selling meat had to sell it fast before it spoiled, and customers had to trust that what they were buying was actually safe to eat. Some costers were honest. Others would sell meat that was already going bad, especially to customers who could not afford to be picky. All three of these markets, Covent Garden, Billingsgate, Smithfield, existed in a London that was fundamentally different from the city we know today. Victorian London was darker, literally. Street lighting was limited to gas lamps that cast pools of yellow light with deep shadows between them. The markets operated in semi-darkness, lit by torches and lanterns that created dramatic, almost theatrical lighting. Victorian London was louder. Without electric sounds to drown out human voices, the city's noise was entirely human and animal. People shouting, horses neighing, cartwheels rumbling, dogs barking, the constant cacophony of thousands of voices competing for attention. And Victorian London smelled worse than modern people can probably imagine. The Thames was an open sewer. Coal smoke filled the air. Horse manure covered the streets. Markets added their own scents. Rotting vegetables, fish guts, animal blood, human sweat. The smell must have been almost visible, a physical presence in the air. Now, in the midst of all this chaos, there was one more group we need to talk about, and they are perhaps the most colourful characters in the entire market scene. The saleswomen and salesmen themselves. Not the costers who bought from them, but the wholesale dealers who sold to the costers. Some of these dealers had stalls or shops right in the market. Others operated from carts or simply from piles of produce on the ground. They came from all walks of life. Some were respectable business people who happened to work in wholesale food. Others were rougher characters, people who had worked their way up from poverty, or who were one bad season away from falling back into it. The relationship between wholesale dealers and costermongers was complex. On one hand, they needed each other. The dealers needed the costers to buy surplus stock and move volume. The costers needed the dealers to supply them with goods. On the other hand, they were also adversaries in negotiation. Every penny the coster paid over the minimum was a penny lost to profit. Every penny the dealer dropped below their asking price was the same. This created a kind of dance. Costers would try to bargain down, the price, sometimes for farthings. Dealers would refuse or accept based on how the day was going, how much stock they had left, what the coster's reputation was. A coster known to be reliable might get better prices or credit. A coster who had cheated dealers before might be refused entirely. And throughout all of this, the clock was always ticking. Markets opened before dawn and closed by mid-morning for the wholesale trade. Costers had to arrive early enough to get good selection, but not so early that nothing was available yet. They had to move fast through the crowds, make quick decisions about what to buy, negotiate prices rapidly, and get out before the best goods were gone. The watercress girl had to compete with all the Irish sellers who, as she put it, picked up the watercress so quick. Being slow meant getting nothing. Being indecisive meant losing opportunities. Even an 8-year-old child had to operate at adult speed with adult decision-making because the market did not accommodate weakness. Can you imagine what that does to a child? Can you picture an 8-year-old girl mentally calculating prices, evaluating quality, negotiating with adults who have no particular reason to be kind to her? That watercress girl developed business skills that most modern adults do not have, and she developed them because she had no choice. It was learn or starve. The markets were also places where different populations of London collided and mixed in ways that rarely happened elsewhere. Irish immigrants worked alongside English natives. Jewish dealers sold to Christian costers. People from across Europe brought their goods and their languages and their customs. In the markets, the only thing that mattered was whether you could buy or sell. Your religion, your nationality, your background. These mattered less than whether you had money or goods. This created a kind of rough equality, or at least a pragmatic tolerance. Yes, there was prejudice. Yes, the Irish basket women faced discrimination. Yes, people made assumptions based on accents and appearances. But at the end of the day, business got done across these lines because it had to. The market economy was bigger than individual prejudices. There is something almost beautiful about that, is there not? In a society that was rigidly stratified by class, that judged people by their birth and their manners and their speech, the markets operated on a different logic. In the markets, a poor Irish woman with a strong back could out-earn an English gentleman with poor business sense. In the markets, what you could do mattered more than who you were. Of course, this was not true equality. The basket women were still desperately poor. The costers were still looked down upon by respectable society. The wholesale dealers were still dependent on systems they did not control. But within the narrow confines of market economics, there was a kind of meritocracy, a sense that skill and effort and knowledge counted for something. The markets also created community. The same people showed up every day, year after year. They learned each other's names, their family situations, their reliable habits, and their quirks. When a regular coster died, other costers would attend the funeral. When a dealer fell on hard times, neighbours in the trade might help out. It was not charity. It was enlightened self-interest. You helped people, because someday you might need help too. Ellen Keeley's family barrow business succeeded partly because of this community. They were known. They were trusted. When a coster needed to rent a barrow, they knew the Keeley family would provide good equipment at fair prices. That reputation, built over decades, was worth more than money. And when Ellen died in 1949 and hundreds of people lined the funeral route, that was the community honouring one of its own. She had started in these markets as a flower girl. She had learned the trade in these chaotic spaces. She had built her business on relationships forged in the dawn hours at Covent Garden. Her success was individual, yes, but it was also communal. She could not have done it without the network, the reputation, the trust. The markets were the foundation of everything we have been discussing. Without them, there would be no costermongers, no flower girls, no watercress sellers, no street economy at all. The markets were where it all began each day, where the goods that would feed London were distributed, where thousands of people came to buy the stock that would determine whether they ate that day or went hungry. And it all happened in the fog, in the semi-darkness, in the cold early morning hours while most of London slept. The respectable city would wake up and find the costers already at work, already shouting their wares, and they would buy vegetables or fish or flowers without thinking about the whole elaborate system that made those goods available. That is how it often is with poverty, is it not? It happens in the shadows, in the early hours, in the places respectable people do not look. It works hard so that others can benefit without even noticing the work being done. But we are noticing now. We are looking at those markets, those workers, that whole hidden economy, and we're beginning to see how it all fit together. The watercress girl, the costermonger kingdoms, the flower girls, the markets themselves. But there is one group we have not fully explored yet, and they are at the very heart of this story. The children themselves. The thousands of children who worked in this system from ages so young it breaks your heart. We met the 8-year-old watercress girl, but she was not alone, not by far. There were thousands of children just like her, and their childhoods, or lack thereof, tell us something profound about Victorian society and about the cost of progress. So let us turn our attention now to those children, to the ones who never got to play, who worked before they could read, who grew old before they were ever young. Their stories are waiting, small voices echoing through history asking to be heard. There is a photograph that survives from Victorian London. I wish I could show it to you right now, but let me describe it instead. It shows a girl who looks to be about 7 or 8 years old. She's standing on a street corner, and in her arms she holds a basket almost as big as her torso. Her dress is ragged, patched in multiple places. Her face is serious, almost ancient in its gravity. She's not smiling. Victorian photographs required long exposure times, so people rarely smiled anyway. But this girl's expression goes beyond that. She looks tired in a way that has nothing to do with sleep and everything to do with carrying burdens no child should carry. This could be any of thousands of working children in Victorian London. But tonight, I want you to really think about what it meant to be a child in that world. Because childhood as we understand it, as a protected time of play and learning and growth, simply did not exist for most of these children. They were workers from the moment they could walk. They were economic units before they were ever allowed to be kids. Let me take you through a typical day for a child street seller, and I am going to be specific because the details matter. These are not abstract statistics. These are hours and minutes of real children's lives. A 6-year-old girl, let us call her Annie because that was an extremely common name, wakes up at 4 in the morning, not 4 in the afternoon, 4 in the morning when the world is still dark and cold. She wakes up in a single room that she shares with her mother, her stepfather, and 3 younger siblings. The room measures perhaps 12 feet by 12 feet, so 144 square feet total for 6 people. For perspective, that is smaller than many modern bathrooms. There is 1 bed in the room, maybe 2 if the family's doing relatively well. Annie probably sleeps at the foot of a bed, or on the floor, or curled up with her siblings in a pile for warmth. The room is freezing because coal for heating costs money the family does not have. Even if they can afford coal, they cannot keep a fire burning all night. Too expensive, too dangerous in such a cramped space. Annie does not wash. There is no running water in the room. The family shares a pump in the courtyard with dozens of other families, and at 4 a.m, in the dark, going outside to pump freezing water is not something anyone does unless absolutely necessary. She pulls on her clothes, the same clothes she wore yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. She owns one dress, one shawl, one pair of shoes if she's lucky. More likely she owns a pair of carpet slippers that are falling apart, or she goes barefoot. Her mother might give her a piece of bread if there is any. More likely, there is not. The family will eat later if Annie sells well. That is how it works. The children work first, and if they earn money, then everyone eats, not the other way around. Annie leaves the house alone in the dark. She's 6 years old, and she navigates the Victorian London streets by herself because her mother cannot go with her. Her mother has younger children to watch, or her mother is working somewhere else, or her mother is sick, or her mother is simply too exhausted to function. So Annie, at age 6, walks through the darkness to wherever she needs to go. Think about that for a moment. When you were 6 years old, were you allowed to leave your house alone? Were you navigating city streets in the dark? Were you responsible for earning the money that would determine whether your family ate that day? Annie's job might be selling watercress, like the girl Mayhew interviewed, or flowers, or matches, or bootlaces, or roasted chestnuts, anything small and light enough for a child to carry. The principle was the same regardless of product. Buy cheap, sell with a tiny markup, repeat all day long. If Annie is selling watercress, she has to get to Farringdon Market before all the cheap watercress is gone. This means arriving by 4 or 4:30 at the latest. She has to push through crowds of adults, dodge carts and horses, avoid being knocked down or trampled. She has to find the saleswomen, evaluate which ones are selling the freshest watercress at the best prices, and negotiate a purchase with money she was given or with money left over from yesterday's sales. The saleswomen are not running a charity. If Annie tries to bargain down the price even a farthing, she might be told to go along with you. You are no good. If she cannot come up with the money, she goes home with nothing, which means she earns nothing, which means her family does not eat. Let us say Annie successfully buys her watercress. Now the real work begins. She has to walk through London streets for the next 8 to 12 hours, calling out her wares. 4 bunches a penny, water creases, 4 bunches a penny. Her voice has to be loud enough to be heard over the city noise. Carts, horses, other vendors, street musicians, everything. She has to project her voice for hours, and remember, she is 6 years old. Her lungs are small, her vocal cords are not developed, but she has to shout anyway because if people cannot hear her, they cannot buy from her. She walks miles and miles. Victorian London is huge, and a street seller has to cover territory to find customers. Annie's feet hurt. Her legs ache. She is hungry. Probably has not eaten since yesterday. She is cold because her clothing is inadequate for the weather. If it rains, she gets soaked and stays wet all day. If it is winter, she is freezing. If it is summer, she is broiling in the heat with no way to cool down. And she has to be smart. She has to read potential customers. That gentleman walking toward her, will he buy or will he tell her to go away? That lady with the nice dress, does she look kind or does she look like she will complain to a policeman about being bothered by street children? Annie learns to read faces, body language, social signals that many adults never master. She also has to avoid the police. Street selling without a license was illegal in many areas, though the law was enforced inconsistently. If a constable decided to hassle her, he could confiscate her goods, fine her, or arrest her. At age 6, she could be arrested and held in jail, possibly alongside adult criminals, until someone paid her fine or she was brought before a magistrate. Let us say Annie has a reasonably good day. She sells most of her watercress and earns enough to buy more for the next day plus a little profit. She returns home after dark, maybe 8 or 9 at night. She's been working for 16 or 17 hours. She is 6 years old, and she has just worked longer than most modern adults work in a day. She gives all her money to her mother. Not most of it, all of it. The money is not hers. It belongs to the family. If she is lucky, her mother praises her. Good girl, Annie. You did well today. Maybe there is food now, bread and butter, some tea, perhaps a bit of cheese if it was a really good day. Annie eats, and then she collapses into sleep wherever she sleeps, and she does it all again in a few hours. Now here is what I want you to understand. Annie never goes to school. She cannot read. She cannot write. She cannot do arithmetic beyond basic counting. She does not play with toys because she does not have any toys. She does not play with other children because she does not have time. When Mayhew asks his 8-year-old watercress girl what she does for fun, she does not understand the question. Fun is not a category that exists in her life. Boys had it slightly different, but not necessarily better. At age 7 or 8, boys would start working with their fathers, if their fathers were costers. The boy's job was often to provide the street cry, the loud shout that advertised goods. Why use a boy instead of the man doing it himself? Because the men were hoarse. Think about that detail. These adult costermongers have been shouting their wares for so many years that their voices were permanently damaged. They were hoarse, raspy, unable to project properly. So they used their young sons' fresh, clear voices to do the shouting. The boys would walk alongside their father's barrows, calling out, "Fresh fish, ripe apples, get your oranges here," until their voices too became hoarse and damaged. Mayhew notes that boys as young as 13 would sometimes set up on their own, establishing themselves as independent costers. 13 years old, running their own business. Does that sound impressive or horrifying? Maybe both. These were children with the business acumen and life experience of adults because they had been forced to develop those skills just to survive. Very few coster children attended school, even the cheap ragged schools that were specifically set up for poor children. Education cost time, and time was money the family could not afford to lose. Besides, what would reading and writing get you when you were going to spend your life selling vegetables from a cart? That was the thinking anyway. Education was a luxury, something for children whose families could afford for them not to work. There is something that happens to children when they are forced into adult responsibilities too early. They develop what psychologists now call adultification. They are treated as adults and they begin to think and behave like adults, but they are still children physiologically and emotionally. This creates a strange disconnect. Mayhew specifically notes this about the watercress girl. He writes that even though she's only 8 years old, she has the mentality of a woman. She speaks seriously about money, about work, about responsibility. She does not giggle or play or show much of what we associate with childhood. She's been aged by poverty, matured by necessity. But here is the thing, she's still 8 years old. Her brain is still developing, her body is still growing. The stress and malnutrition and overwork are affecting her in ways that will last her entire life, however long that life might be. Children who worked as street sellers often had stunted growth, chronic health problems, respiratory issues from the polluted air, and psychological trauma from the constant stress and occasional violence of street life. And the children who worked the streets were very aware that they were being exploited, even if they did not have that word for it. They knew that adults looked down on them. They knew that police hassled them. They knew that society saw them as nuisances at best, threats at worst. Victorian society had deeply conflicted feelings about child street sellers. On one hand, there was the romanticisation we talked about with the flower girls, the idea that these children were picturesque, that their poverty was somehow poetic. On the other hand, there was suspicion and fear. Street children were seen as potential criminals, as moral threats, as evidence of social decay. There were constant debates in Victorian newspapers and Parliament about what to do about street children. Some people argued for banning child street selling entirely. Others argued that these children needed to work because their families needed the income. Banning child labour would just create more starvation. Still others argued for education and rescue missions to save these children from the streets. But you know what almost nobody argued for? Actually paying adults enough money that children would not need to work. That idea that maybe the problem was not the children working but the economic system that required children to work was too radical for most Victorians to consider seriously. There were, however, some reformers who tried to help. We already mentioned John Groom's mission for watercress and flower girls. There were other charities too, Dr. Barnardo's homes for destitute children, the Ragged School movement, various religious missions that provided food and shelter and basic education. These institutions saved some children. They really did. Some children were taken off the streets, given a bed and regular meals and schooling, and had their lives transformed. But they could only help a tiny fraction of the children who needed help. For every child rescued by a charitable institution, there were hundreds or thousands still working the streets, and even the rescued children often ended up in situations that were not much better. Charitable institutions in Victorian times operated on the principle that work was morally improving, so children in orphanages and missions spent hours every day doing labour, laundry, factory work, agricultural labour. They might be marginally better fed and housed than street children, but they were still working hard. The concept of childhood as a time free from labour, free to just be a child, was only just beginning to emerge in Victorian times, and it was exclusively for middle and upper class children. Working class children were expected to contribute to family income as soon as they were physically capable. This was not new to Victorian times. Children had always worked in agricultural societies, but industrialisation and urbanisation made child labour more visible and more obviously harmful. Here is a heartbreaking detail from Mayhew's interviews. When he asks the watercress girl about her relationship with her mother, she says, "I always give mother my money. She is so very good to me. She does not often beat me, but when she does not play with me." That phrase, "she does not often beat me," presented as evidence that her mother is good. The implication is that being beaten sometimes is just normal, expected. And that last part, "when she does not play with me," suggests that normally, perhaps very rarely, her mother does play with her. Those moments of play are so rare and so precious that they are worth mentioning specifically. This is what poverty does to families. It creates situations where parents who love their children still have to send them out to work at age 6. It creates situations where exhausted mothers occasionally hit their children out of frustration and stress. It creates situations where play is so unusual that a child specifically remembers when it happens. It is important to understand that most of these parents were not monsters. They were desperate. They were trying to keep their families alive in a system that was designed to grind poor people into dust. Sending your 6-year-old daughter out to sell watercress was not cruelty. It was survival. The cruelty was in the system that made that necessary. Now, let us talk about what happened to these children as they grew up, because this is important. Some of them, like Ellen Keeley, managed to build successful lives. They learned the street trade as children, developed business skills, built networks, and eventually established themselves as respected members of the market community. These were the success stories, the ones who made it. But they were the minority. Most child street sellers grew up to be adult street sellers, living hand to mouth their entire lives. Some fell into prostitution, because for girls especially, once you hit puberty, there were men willing to pay for more than flowers. Some turned to theft and ended up in prison or transported to Australia. Some simply died young from disease, malnutrition, or accidents. The ones who survived and stayed in street selling often reproduced the same cycle with their own children. Your daughter starts selling watercress at age 6, just like you did. Your son starts crying the family's goods at age 7, just like you did. Poverty became hereditary, passed down through generations, not because people were lazy or stupid, but because the system offered almost no way out. There were exceptions. Some children were saved by charitable institutions. Some had relatives who helped them. Some got lucky, met the right person, got the right opportunity, made the right choice at the right time. But luck should not be required for children to have childhoods. Luck should not be the only thing standing between a 6-year-old and a lifetime of grinding poverty. Victorian society eventually began to recognize this. The Factory Acts of the mid to late 1800s gradually restricted child labour. The Education Act of 1870 made elementary education compulsory. By the end of the Victorian era, in 1901, the idea that 6-year-olds should be in school rather than working was starting to become mainstream. But in the 1840s and 1850s, when Mayhew was doing his research, none of those protections existed yet. Children worked because they had to, and society looked away because it was easier than acknowledging the problem. There is something I want to say here, and it might be uncomfortable, but it is important. We look back at Victorian child labour with horror, and rightly so. We think, how could they allow that? We judge them harshly for treating children that way. But here is the uncomfortable question. Are we so different? Right now, in the 21st century, there are still millions of children working in dangerous, exploitative conditions. They work in factories making cheap clothes. They work in mines extracting minerals for our phones and computers. They work on farms growing our food. Most of it happens far away from wealthy countries, so we do not have to see it, but it is happening. The Victorian watercress girl would look at those children and recognize herself. Same age, same desperation, same lack of choice. Different century, different products, but the same fundamental dynamic. Children working so that others can benefit. I am not saying this to make you feel guilty. I am saying it to make you think. The story of Victorian street children is not just history. It is a mirror that reflects both how far we have come and how far we still need to go. So when you think about that 6-year-old girl walking through the fog at 4 a.m, remember that she was real. She had thoughts and feelings and dreams that were never recorded. She mattered then, and she matters now, because her story is part of our story, the human story of struggle and survival, and the fight for something better. These children, these thousands upon thousands of working children, were not just victims of their circumstances. They were also survivors, fighters, people who refused to give up even when everything was stacked against them. They learned skills we cannot imagine needing. They endured hardships that would break most modern adults. They found moments of joy and connection and meaning even in the midst of suffering. And many of them built that community we've been talking about, that costermonger kingdom, where people looked after each other because nobody else would. Those children grew into the adults who created backslang, who organized market colonies, who fought the police when necessary and supported each other always. But childhood, real childhood, protected and cherished, they never got that. And that is a loss that echoes through history. Now, those children worked in all weather, through all seasons. But there was one condition that made their difficult lives nearly impossible, one atmospheric phenomenon that turned London into something close to hell on earth. We have mentioned it already, seen it lurking in our story like a threat that never quite materializes, but now we need to confront it directly. We need to walk into that yellow-green cloud, feel it burn our lungs, understand what it meant to live and work in the killer fog that Londoners called pea super. The fog is waiting for us, thick and poisonous. Can you see it rolling in? Can you taste it already, metallic and sulphurous on your tongue? Let us step into it together and understand what it truly meant to be a child of the fog. Imagine waking up one morning and discovering you cannot see your own hand in front of your face. Not because you've gone blind, but because the air itself has become solid, transformed into a thick, choking yellow-green soup that fills every space, seeps through every crack, and turns day into something darker than night. You try to breathe and immediately start coughing. Your eyes burn, your throat feels like you've swallowed acid, and you realize with growing horror that you still have to go to work. You still have to send your 6-year-old daughter out to sell watercress, because the fog does not pay rent. The fog does not buy bread. Life continues, fog or no fog. This was Victorian London's reality for days, sometimes weeks at a time, and the children of the fog, our market girls, our costermongers, our street sellers, had no choice but to work through it. Let me take you back to a specific day, November the 26th, 1887. A woman sits in her London home at 2:30 in the afternoon, and she is writing a letter to a newspaper. She writes, "I do not believe that one who has never experienced a London fog can imagine what it is. At this moment, the clock on my mantel shelf pointing to 2:30 in the afternoon. I have lamps and gas alight all over my house as though it were midnight. 2:30 in the afternoon, and she needs lamps everywhere just to see inside her own house." She continues, "I vainly strive to see even the opposite houses in the street. I am anxious about my young folks who are out somewhere, I do not know where, probably unable to find the familiar turning from the main road. Her children are lost in the fog somewhere in London. She cannot see across the street." And then she adds this detail, "I am conscious that my window blinds and pretty frilled curtains are being dyed in the smoky, unbreathable pea soup sort of atmosphere to a very unlovely shade of colour. The fog is so thick, so full of soot and chemicals, that it is literally dyeing her curtains a different colour, inside her house, with the windows closed. Now, if that is what it was like for a middle-class woman in a house, imagine what it was like for a street seller. Imagine being that watercress girl, 6 years old, standing on a corner trying to call out her wares when she can barely breathe. Imagine being a flower girl trying to sell violets when potential customers cannot see you standing 3 feet away from them. The fog that plagued Victorian London was not natural fog. Natural fog is just water vapour condensing in cool air. It is white or grey, and while it reduces visibility, it does not hurt you. Victorian London's fog was something else entirely. a poisonous hybrid of natural fog mixed with coal smoke from hundreds of thousands of chimneys. This mixture created what we now call smog, though the Victorians called it pea souper because of its thick greenish-yellow colour and its consistency, which resembled pea soup. Where did all this coal smoke come from? From everywhere. Every house, every factory, every power station, every steamship on the Thames burned coal. London in the Victorian era was powered almost entirely by coal. It heated homes, cooked food, ran factories, generated electricity, powered trains. Coal was the energy source that made the Industrial Revolution possible, and London was the heart of that revolution. But coal, especially the soft coal that was cheap and plentiful, does not burn cleanly. It produces massive amounts of smoke filled with sulfur dioxide, soot particles, tar, and various other toxic chemicals. One chimney producing coal smoke is unpleasant. 500,000 chimneys producing coal smoke is catastrophic, and it was not a new problem. As early as the 13th century, 600 years before the Victorian era, people were complaining about coal smoke in London. In 1272, King Edward I tried to ban the burning of sea coal, which was particularly smoky. He declared that anyone caught burning or selling it would be tortured or executed. The first offender caught was summarily put to death as an example. Did this stop people from burning coal? Not at all. People needed heat. Coal was cheap and available. Wood was expensive and scarce. So everyone kept burning coal despite the ban, despite the smoke, despite everything. Later kings tried similar bans, Richard III, Henry V, and they all failed. You cannot ban the fuel source people depend on for survival, especially when there is no affordable alternative. By the Victorian era, nobody was even trying to ban coal anymore. Over 1 million London residents were burning it every day. The resulting pollution was so severe that winter fogs became a defining characteristic of the city. These were not occasional events. In the 1880s, there were approximately 60 severe fog days per year, 60 days out of 365 when the air became nearly unbreathable. Let me give you some specific examples so you can understand just how bad it got. In 1873, a fog settled over London that was thicker and more persistent than usual. It lasted for days, and when it finally cleared, investigators discovered that it had caused 268 deaths from bronchitis. 268 people who died simply from breathing the air. In 1879, there was a fog that lasted from November to March. Read that again. November to March. 4 months of continuous fog. 4 months when the sun did not shine, when the air was toxic, when every breath was a risk. Can you imagine living through that? Can you imagine being a child trying to work on the streets for 4 months without seeing the sun? In 1880, more than 2,000 Londoners died during a particularly severe fog in late January and early February. A Victorian writer at the time noted that influential newspapers had been spreading awareness, writing that the perpetually present sulphurous smoke was increasing bronchitis and other respiratory diseases, and that more than 2,000 Londoners had literally choked to death from a want of carefulness in preventing smoke in our domestic fires. He was blaming ordinary people burning coal in their homes, which was partly accurate but also somewhat unfair. Yes, domestic coal fires contributed massively to the smoke, but what were people supposed to do? Freeze to death instead. The problem was not that people were burning coal. The problem was that there was no alternative, and nobody in power was willing to create one. A newspaper article from the Dundee Evening Telegraph in March of 1892 describes what it was like to experience a London fog. It is not necessary to describe the misery of a London fog to anyone who has been compelled to reside in the metropolis during the few days of its prevalence. The painful irritation to the eyes, the choking sensation to the chest, together with the general depression of spirits, and many other ailments caused by London fog, are the lesser sufferings that few who are exposed to it escape. Lesser sufferings, eye irritation, choking, depression. Those are the lesser sufferings. The article continues, but it is not yet realized what an amount of serious illness, or how many deaths, 1 week of London fog causes. It may be accepted that every 10 days of this terrible visitation kills 2,500 people, and if we calculate 9 serious cases of illness to each death, we have 25,000 people laid upon beds of sickness. 25,000 people made seriously ill by just 10 days of fog. And remember, in the 1880s there were about 60 fog days per year. The death toll and illness from these fogs was staggering, but it was also normalised. Victorians accepted it as part of life in London, the same way we might accept traffic jams or high rent today. It was just how things were. Now think about our market girls working through this. A flower girl standing on a street corner, her basket of violets invisible in the fog. She is coughing constantly. Her eyes are streaming tears from the sulphurous smoke. She can barely see potential customers until they are almost on top of her, and the flowers themselves are being damaged by the toxic air, wilting faster, looking sad and bedraggled. Does she go home? Can she afford to go home? No, because if she does not sell her flowers, she does not eat. So she stays out there, breathing poison, calling out "sweet violets" in a voice that is already hoarse from the smoke, hoping that someone, anyone, will materialize out of the fog and buy something. The watercress girl has it even worse in some ways. Watercress is already a hard sell in winter because it is so cold. But in the fog, when the watercress is not only cold but also covered in a fine layer of soot, when potential customers cannot even see what they are buying, sales become nearly impossible. Yet she still has to try because the watercress she bought at 4 a.m. has to be sold, and if she brings it home unsold, that money is lost forever. The costermongers with their barrows and carts faced logistical nightmares during fogs. Imagine trying to push a heavy cart through streets where you cannot see more than a few feet ahead. You have no idea if you are about to run into another cart, a pedestrian, a lamppost, a horse. Navigation becomes almost impossible. Costers who knew their routes by heart could sometimes feel their way through by memory. But one wrong turn, and you could be completely lost in your own neighbourhood. There are accounts of people becoming so disoriented in thick fogs that they walked in circles for hours, unable to find landmarks they had known their entire lives. Streets that were familiar became alien landscapes. The fog transformed London into a maze where even natives could not find their way. The economic impact on street sellers was devastating. On fog days, sales could drop to nearly nothing. People stayed inside when they could. Those who had to go out moved as quickly as possible from destination to destination, not stopping to browse or buy. The usual foot traffic that street sellers depended on dried up, but the sellers still had to be out there because they had already invested in their stock for the day. This created a vicious cycle. You bought watercress or flowers or fish, expecting to sell it and make a small profit. Then fog descended and you could not sell, but you still needed to buy stock the next day, so you went into debt or borrowed from family or sold something you owned. Then if fog hit again the next day, you fell further behind. A week of fog could financially destroy a family that was already living on the edge, and the health impact was cumulative. Every breath of that toxic air damaged lungs a little more, costermongers and street sellers developed chronic respiratory problems at young ages. They coughed constantly. We talked about how adult costers were hoarse from years of shouting, but they were also hoarse from years of breathing poisonous air. Bronchitis was endemic among street sellers. Tuberculosis thrived in lungs weakened by constant exposure to coal smoke. Children were especially vulnerable. Their smaller lungs, their developing respiratory systems, their lack of any protection, all of it made them more susceptible to the fog's effects. Some children who worked the streets during particularly bad fog simply did not survive them. They would develop pneumonia or bronchitis or some other respiratory infection and die within days or weeks. Victorian mortality statistics show spikes in child deaths following severe fogs. But here is what is remarkable. Even knowing all this, even experiencing it themselves, Victorians did not connect the fog to coal smoke in any systematic way until quite late. Oh, individuals figured it out. In 1661, John Evelyn, an advisor to King Charles II, published a pamphlet called Fumifugium, in which he blamed coal smoke for killing many people and proposed relocating industry outside the city. He called coal a subterranean fuel that had a kind of virulent or arsenical vapor arising from it. But nobody listened to him. Industry stayed in the city. Coal burning increased. The fogs got worse. In 1818, a man named Luke Howard published The Climate of London, in which he used the term city fog and described how urban heat created what we now call the heat island effect, which concentrated smog over the city. This was brilliant scientific observation, but again, nobody did anything about it. Victorian society had a blind spot about pollution. Yes, people complained about the smoke. Yes, they wrote articles about it. Yes, they died from it in large numbers, but there was a kind of collective refusal to actually do anything substantial, because doing something would mean challenging the economic system that made London wealthy and powerful. Coal-powered industry, industry created wealth, wealth created empire. To question coal was to question the entire foundation of Victorian prosperity. So the fogs continued, and the poor suffered most because they always do. The wealthy could stay inside during fogs. They had warm houses with multiple rooms where they could retreat from the worst of the smoke seeping through windows. They had servants to do their shopping, so they did not have to go out. They could afford better quality coal that burned somewhat cleaner. They could afford fires in multiple rooms to create ventilation that pushed smoky air out. The poor had none of these options. They lived in single rooms where smoke from their own inadequate fires mixed with smoke seeping in from outside. They had to work outside regardless of conditions. They could only afford the cheapest, smokiest coal. And they lived in the most polluted neighbourhoods, the East End, where factories were concentrated, where the air was visibly thick even on good days. There is a Victorian term you might have heard, London particular. It means a thick fog, but it originally referred to the fogs that were particular to London, that existed nowhere else in quite the same way. The term became so associated with thick, soupy substances that it also became the name for a traditional pea and ham soup. The fog was so iconic that it named a food. Think about that. The city's toxic air pollution became a cultural reference point, something almost quaint or charming in retrospect. But it was not quaint or charming if you lived through it. A newspaper correspondent in 1902 kept a bi-weekly report on fog conditions. One entry reads, "White and damp in the early morning, it became smoky later, the particles coated with soot being dry and pungent to inhale. Dry and pungent to inhale. That is what you breathed if you were a 6-year-old watercress girl. Particles of soot, coated with various toxic chemicals, dry enough to stick in your throat and lungs, pungent enough to make your eyes water and your chest hurt." The worst fog in recorded history happened in December of 1952, after the Victorian era had ended. The Great Smog of 1952 killed between 4,000 and 12,000 people in just 5 days. It was so severe that it finally forced the British government to pass the Clean Air Act of 1956, which began restricting coal burning in urban areas. But Victorian market girls did not have that protection. They worked through fogs that, while perhaps not quite as severe as 1952, were still deadly. And unlike the 1952 fog, which was unusual enough to spur action, Victorian fogs were common. They were expected. They were just part of life. I want you to imagine something for a moment. Close your eyes and picture yourself as that flower girl. You are 10 years old. It is January, bitterly cold. You have been standing on your corner since dawn, and now, mid-morning, the fog rolls in. Within minutes, visibility drops to almost nothing. You can hear people passing, but you cannot see them until they are right next to you. Your throat burns, your eyes sting. You're coughing so hard you can barely call out your wares. But you have a basket of flowers that represent your entire capital for the day. If you do not sell them, you lose everything. So you stand there in the poisonous fog, trying to breathe, trying to see, trying to survive. And you do this again and again, day after day, winter after winter, until either you die young from respiratory disease, or you become one of the lucky ones who survives to adulthood with permanently damaged lungs and a chronic cough that never goes away. That was the reality for thousands of children in Victorian London. The fog was not atmospheric scenery in their story. It was an active threat, a constant danger, a killer that took lives and damaged health and made every difficult day even harder. Victorian writers often romanticize the fog, much like they romanticize the flower girls themselves. Charles Dickens opens Bleak House with a famous description of London fog. Fog everywhere. Fog up the river, where it flows among greenates and meadows. Fog down the river, where it rolls defiled among the tears of shipping and the waterside pollutions of a great and dirty city. It is beautiful writing, evocative and atmospheric, but he is describing poison. He is describing air that killed thousands of people. The literary beauty obscures the physical horror, just like the romantic image of the flower girl obscured her suffering. The Sherlock Holmes stories by Arthur Conan Doyle constantly feature thick London fogs. Holmes and Watson navigate through murky streets, the fog adding mystery and atmosphere to their adventures. It is thrilling to read about, but remember that fog damaged the lungs of everyone who breathed it. That atmospheric backdrop to detective fiction was a public health catastrophe. We cannot blame Victorian writers for finding the fog atmospheric or using it for literary effect. But we can acknowledge the gap between the aesthetic experience of reading about fog and the physical experience of living and working in it. And now, having walked through that fog, having felt it burn our lungs and sting our eyes, having understood what it meant for the most vulnerable people in Victorian society, we need to step back and see the bigger picture. Because the fog, the markets, the working children, the whole costermonger economy, all of it existed within a specific cultural framework. These street sellers had their own world, their own customs, their own moments of joy and celebration amid the hardship. So let us leave the toxic fog behind for a moment and enter a different atmosphere. The atmosphere of Saturday night in a Victorian street market, when the week's work was done and the costers came together to celebrate. Because even in the midst of suffering, even surrounded by fog and poverty, people found ways to live, to laugh, to be human. And those moments of humanity might be the most important part of the story. Listen, Can you hear it? Through the fog and the smoke and the general din of Victorian London, there is a sound building, growing louder as evening approaches. It is Saturday night, and the street markets are coming alive in a way they never do during the regular work week. The costers who have been shouting themselves hoarse all week are finding fresh energy. The gas lamps are being lit, hundreds of them, creating pools of warm yellow light that push back against the darkness. And then there are the naphtha lamps, these open flame torches that burn with brilliant, almost violent brightness, casting dramatic shadows and turning the market into something that looks like a stage set. Saturday night was magic time in Victorian London street markets, and tonight we're going to experience it as the costers did, not as observers, but as participants in something that was equal parts commerce, theatre, and community celebration. Why Saturday night? The answer is simple: money. Most working people in Victorian London got paid on Saturdays. Factory workers, domestic servants, labourers, they all received their weekly wages on Saturday, which meant Saturday evening was the one time of the week when working families actually had coins in their pockets, and they needed to spend those coins immediately on food for the coming week. This created a weekly rhythm that structured the entire costermonger economy. Monday through Friday were important, certainly, but Saturday was crucial. If you were a coster, Saturday night could make or break your entire week. A good Saturday could cover your rent and leave enough for the week ahead. A bad Saturday could mean your family went hungry. So the costers pulled out all the stops. This was not quiet, polite commerce. This was performance. This was spectacle. This was entertainment and economics all rolled into one glorious, chaotic event. Let me paint you a picture based on a description by Charles Booth, a social researcher who studied London markets in the 1890s. He writes, "The people crowd the streets, along which no vehicle dreams of passing, chatting with each other, chaffering with the sellers, buying what they want or looking on while others buy. The air is bright with flaring lights and resonant with voices. No vehicles could pass. The streets were so packed with people and stalls that carts and horses simply could not get through. The entire street became a pedestrian zone, a human river flowing between rows of vendors, and those flaring lights, the naphtha lamps, they were not just practical lighting, they were part of the show. The dramatic lighting made everything look more vivid, more exciting, more alive. The naphtha lamps deserve a moment of attention because they were both brilliant and dangerous. Naphtha is a flammable liquid derived from petroleum or coal tar. When burned in a lamp, it produces a bright white flame that is far more intense than gaslight or candlelight. You could see clearly by naphtha light, which made it perfect for markets where customers needed to evaluate produce in the evening. But naphtha lamps were essentially open flames burning extremely flammable fuel. There are no glass chimneys or safety shields like on a proper lamp. They were accidents waiting to happen, and accidents did happen. Lamps knocked over in crowds, fabric catching fire, occasional explosions when lamps were refilled improperly. But the visual effect was so spectacular that costers used them anyway. The markets needed that dramatic lighting, and safety was, as usual for the poor, a luxury they could not afford. Under these bright, flickering lights the vendors performed, and I use that word deliberately, performed, because Saturday night in the markets was theatre. The costers were not just calling out prices, they were entertaining, joking, teasing, using wit and wordplay to attract customers and create atmosphere. The street cries we mentioned earlier became even more elaborate on Saturday nights. A fish seller might not just shout fresh herrings. Instead, he might launch into a full sales pitch in rhyme. Here's your nice fresh herrings, all alive-o, 8 a shilling and too good to throw. Or he might engage in banter with customers, making jokes, offering special deals with great theatrical flourish. Vegetable sellers would stack their produce in elaborate pyramids and towers designed to catch the eye. A mountain of apples with the best ones on top, carefully arranged so the display looks abundant and perfect. Never mind that the apples at the bottom might be bruised or spotting. The visual impact was what mattered. And if a customer wanted to inspect an apple from lower in the pile, the coster would protest loudly. "Do not be toppling my beautiful display, ma'am. Take from the top, take from the top." The flower sellers created bouquets on the spot, mixing whatever flowers they had into arrangements that looked far more expensive than they were. A few roses, some ferns, a bit of baby's breath, all artfully combined and wrapped in paper, sold with the patter. "For the lady, fresh from the gardens. Make your home beautiful. Only 6pence, a bargain, a steal, practically giving them away." Were they really from gardens? Maybe, maybe not. Were they fresh? Define fresh. But the performance made them desirable, made them seem special, made customers want to buy them. The Jewish clothing sellers in the East End markets, particularly at Petticoat Lane, were famous for their sales patter. They developed it into an art form that drew crowds even from people who had no intention of buying anything. They would stand by their stalls trading jokes and insults with each other and with customers, creating running comedy routines that entertained while also moving merchandise. "You want this coat? This coat is too good for you. This coat should be worn by a gentleman, not by you. But because I like you, because I see the potential in you, I will let you have it for 12 shillings. 12 shillings. I am robbing myself. My children will starve because I'm too generous." The customer would laugh and offer 6 shillings. The seller would clutch his chest in mock agony. 6 shillings? You wound me, you stabbed me. You might as well take the coat and my shirt as well. 7 shillings and 6pence, and that is my final offer. May God strike me down if I go lower. They would haggle back and forth, each exchange getting laughs from the crowd that had gathered to watch. Eventually they would settle on a price, the customer would walk away happy, and the seller would immediately launch into the same routine with the next potential buyer. It was vaudeville, it was commerce, it was community entertainment. Petticoat Lane on a Sunday morning, because Jewish sellers observed Saturday Sabbath and did their big market day on Sunday instead, became such a popular entertainment destination that people came from all over London just to enjoy the show. Yes, they might buy something, but many came simply to be entertained by the rapid-fire jokes, the theatrical haggling, the sheer energy of the place. This was how the poor entertained themselves in an era before movies, before television, before radio, before recorded music was widely available. The street market was their theatre, and admission was free. You could walk through, enjoy the show, absorb the atmosphere, and whether you bought anything or not, you had been entertained. Between the stalls were other entertainers who were not selling goods but selling performance itself. Street musicians played accordions, fiddles, penny whistles. Sometimes they were talented musicians who had fallen on hard times. Sometimes they were barely competent but energetic enough to add to the general cacophony. They would play popular tunes, folk songs, music hall numbers, and if they were good enough, people would toss pennies into their hats. There were also buskers, performers who did tricks, juggling, acrobatics, anything to draw a crowd and earn a few coins, fire eaters, sword swallowers, strong men, fortune tellers. The market was a carnival, a fair, a celebration that happened every week. And food. Oh, the food available on Saturday nights. Not just raw ingredients, but prepared foods, ready to eat. Hot pies sold from covered trays, meat pies, eel pies, fruit pies, roasted chestnuts in winter, a classic street food that filled the air with their sweet smoky smell. Fried fish, pickled whelks and periwinkles. These are sea snails that were considered delicacies among working people. Ginger beer and lemonade for those who could afford a treat. Baked potatoes were hugely popular. Street vendors had small portable ovens, basically metal boxes with coals inside, where potatoes baked slowly all day and were sold piping hot on Saturday night. You would buy a hot potato, break it open, add a pat of butter if you had the extra penny, and eat it right there on the street while you shopped. Fast food, Victorian style. For children, there were penny treats. Candy sold from jars, humbugs, peppermints, toffees. Ice treats in summer, made from flavoured water frozen in moulds and sold for a penny. These were special occasion treats, things a child might get if their family had a particularly good week or if there was something to celebrate. The atmosphere on Saturday night was different from weekday markets in another crucial way: leisure. During the week, people bought what they needed and moved on. Saturday night, people lingered. They chatted with neighbours. They gossiped. They caught up on news. The market was a social space, a community gathering spot, the Victorian working-class equivalent of a town square. Women would meet friends they had not seen all week. Men would discuss work, politics, neighbourhood news. Young people would flirt. Not openly, that would be scandalous, but in the socially acceptable ways Victorian courtship allowed. A young man might offer to carry a young woman's purchases. A young woman might accidentally bump into a young man she fancied. Romances began in these crowded, noisy markets, and the costers themselves, after a long week of competition and hard work, would relax a bit on Saturday nights. Not that they were not still competing, they absolutely were, but there was also camaraderie. After the market closed, costers would gather at the beer shops we mentioned earlier, the 400 establishments that catered specifically to them. They would drink, yes, but they would also talk, share stories, give each other advice, help each other with problems. Saturday nights were also when the famous coster hops, their dances, would happen. After the market closed, after the stock was sold or packed away, young costers would head to halls or large rooms where dances were held. These were not refined balls. These were energetic physical affairs where people danced with complete abandon. The dances included clog hornpipes, where dancers would perform intricate footwork in heavy boots, creating rhythmic percussion with their steps. There were jigs, fast-paced and athletic, country dances, where couples moved through formations with other couples, and the dancing was not leisurely. It was vigorous, athletic, almost competitive. People danced hard with sweat and effort and complete commitment. Henry Mayhew describes one particular dance challenge. Tobacco pipes were laid on the floor in various patterns, and dancers had to place their boot toes between the pipes without breaking any. The pipes might be arranged as a cross, or in a line, or in a more complex pattern. The dancer had to step precisely between them while keeping time with the music. Break a pipe and you were out. It required skill, coordination, and nerves. The hops lasted late, sometimes until 1 or 2 in the morning. Remember, these are people who wake up before dawn to work all day, but on Saturday night they found energy to dance for hours. Young women would often be encouraged to drink, not in a predatory way, necessarily, but as part of the social culture. A young man might buy a young woman a gin or beer as a gesture of interest, and she might accept or refuse based on her interest in him. The gatherings could host anywhere from 30 to 100 people, with slightly more women than men in attendance according to Mayhew's observations. Ages ranged from 14 to 45, though most were in their teens and 20s. These were the young costers, the next generation of the street-selling culture, finding joy and connection in the midst of their difficult lives. And yes, there was drinking. Mayhew does not romanticize this. He notes that some young girls at these hops were often pressed to drink and frequently yielded to the temptation. Alcohol abuse was a real problem in Victorian working-class communities, fueled by the fact that alcohol was often safer to drink than the polluted water supply, and by the fact that when your life is hard and your prospects are grim, numbing the pain with gin has a certain appeal. But the drinking was also social bonding, stress relief, celebration of having survived another week. We need to hold both realities at once. Yes, alcoholism destroyed lives and families, and yes, the beer shop and the Saturday night hop were also spaces of community, friendship, and joy for people who had few other sources of those things. Music was central to Costa culture beyond just the hops. There were songs specifically about costermongers that became popular in the Victorian era. Music hall performers adopted the costermonger character as a stock figure in comedy and sentimental songs. The Costa comedy became its own genre. Songs about life on the streets, about haggling with customers, about the ups and downs of the trade. These songs were often comic, but also proud. They celebrated Costa culture, acknowledged its hardships, and asserted that costers were as good as anyone else despite what respectable society thought. A coster listening to a music hall performer sing about coster life could feel seen, validated, represented in the popular culture even though that same culture looked down on them in other contexts. Going back even further, street cries had been inspiring musicians for centuries. That ballad by John Lydgate from 1409, London Lickpenny, which incorporated the cries of vendors selling cherries and strawberries. That was part of a long tradition of composers finding music in the sounds of the street. By the 18th and 19th centuries, composers were writing entire pieces inspired by the calls of lavender sellers and flower girls. There was something about the melodic quality of the cries, the rhythm of the sales patter, that translated into actual music. The boundary between commerce and art was porous in these spaces. The Saturday market was also where you would see the pearly kings and queens in their full glory, though this tradition formalized more toward the late Victorian and Edwardian periods. These were costers who sewed pearl buttons all over their clothes, hundreds, sometimes thousands of buttons creating elaborate patterns and designs. It started as one coster's way of standing out, of making himself more noticeable, and it caught on. The pearly kings and queens became community leaders, people who helped organize costers, who mediated disputes, who represented the community to outside authorities when necessary. The pearl buttons were both costume and declaration. We are here, we are visible, we matter. In a society that wanted to ignore or erase the poor, the pearl buttons said, "You cannot ignore us. We are too bright, too beautiful, too impossible to overlook." Can you see it now? Can you feel the energy of Saturday night in a Victorian street market? The naphtha lamps flaring, casting dramatic light and deep shadows. The voices of hundreds of vendors all calling at once, creating a wall of sound. The smells of hot food mixing with the ever-present coal smoke. The crowds of people pressing close, laughing, haggling, gossiping, living their lives in public because their private spaces were too small to accommodate living. This was community. This was culture. This was working people creating spaces of joy and connection in a world that offered them precious little of either. The market on Saturday night was not just about economic transactions. It was about being human together, about finding moments of beauty and humor and celebration, amid the grinding difficulty of poverty. And it is important that we see this, that we understand this, because the story of Victorian poverty is not just a story of suffering, though there was plenty of that. It is also a story of resilience, of creativity, of people building meaningful lives under impossible conditions. The Costas created something remarkable in those markets, a culture, a community, an identity that persisted across generations. But Saturday night eventually ended. The naphtha lamps were extinguished. The crowds dispersed. The Costas packed up their goods or sold the last of their stock at steep discounts, and everyone went home to their crowded rooms to sleep for a few hours before starting the whole cycle again. Tomorrow, or rather in just a few hours, would be Sunday. For some Costas, particularly the Jewish ones, Sunday was market day. For others, Sunday was a day of rest, or at least relative rest. But whether working or resting, Sunday had its own character, its own rhythms, its own place in the Costa week. Yet before we move into that next day, there is one more group we need to understand properly, one group we have mentioned but not fully explored: the women. Not the little girl selling flowers, but the adult women of the Costa community. Because the women in this story were not just background figures or supporting characters, they were central to everything, and their stories reveal aspects of Victorian poverty and gender that might surprise you. These were not the delicate Victorian ladies we see in period dramas. These were women of iron, and their strength deserves its own recognition. Victorian society had very clear ideas about what women should be: delicate, modest, soft-spoken, confined to the domestic sphere, protected by men, fainting at the sight of blood, needing smelling salts and gentle handling. The angel in the house was the Victorian ideal, a woman so pure, so refined, so fragile that she existed almost as a spiritual being rather than a physical one. And then there were the Irish basket women of Covent Garden, sitting by the fountain at 3 a.m, smoking short clay pipes, cursing like sailors, and carrying 60-pound loads on their heads through the streets of London. Victorian society did not know what to do with these women. They broke every rule, violated every expectation, challenged every comfortable assumption about gender and capability. And they were not alone. The entire costermonger culture was full of women who simply did not fit the Victorian feminine ideal, women who had to be strong because survival required strength, women who built lives and businesses and families through sheer force of will. Tonight, we need to talk about these women properly, not as background characters in someone else's story, but as the central figures they actually were. Let us start with those Irish basket women, because they are perhaps the most dramatic example of Victorian society's cognitive dissonance about working-class women. Henry Mayhew describes them, and you can hear the shock in his words even as he tries to maintain his journalistic objectivity. They were, he writes, as strong, alcoholic and foul-mouthed as their male counterparts. Think about that phrasing for a moment. As strong, alcoholic and foul-mouthed as their male counterparts. Not surprisingly strong for women, or unusually capable despite being female. No, Mayhew is saying these women match the men in every category that Victorian society considered masculine: physical strength, alcohol consumption, and profanity. The Irish basket women shocked Victorian London not just because they were strong, or because they drank, or because they swore, but because they did all of these things publicly and without apparent shame. They sat around the piazza at Covent Garden, often on the edge of fountains or against walls, smoking their pipes and waiting for customers. When a customer needed someone to carry a heavy load, these women would negotiate a price, hoist the load onto their heads or backs, and carry it across London. £60 was a standard load. For context, £60 is about the weight of a medium-sized dog or a bag of cement or a large suitcase packed for a long trip. Now imagine balancing that on your head and walking through crowded, uneven Victorian streets for miles. The physical strength required is extraordinary. The neck and back muscles needed to support that weight without injury. The balance required to navigate obstacles without dropping your load. This was skilled, demanding physical labour. And these were women who had often fled famine in Ireland, who'd arrived in London with nothing, who had no education, no connections, no resources except their own bodies and their willingness to work. They took the one job available to them that required no capital investment. All you needed was your own strength, and they made it work. Victorian accounts described them as rough characters, and they were. They fought each other when disputes arose. They drank gin. They used language that made respectable people blush. They were loud, assertive, impossible to ignore. And while Victorian society clutched its pearls about how unladylike they were, these women were feeding their families and surviving in a world that offered them no other options. But the Irish basket women were just one type of working woman in the market economy. Female costermongers were equally remarkable in different ways. Many costermonger families operated as partnerships. The husband might push the barrow and do the heavier physical work, but the wife was right there beside him, negotiating with wholesale sellers, keeping track of money, making business decisions. This was not the Victorian model of separate spheres where men worked and women stayed home. This was economic partnership born of necessity. Some women operated as independent costers, though it was harder for them because of the physical demands, and because Victorian society was not comfortable with women working independently in public spaces. A woman with a barrow was subject to harassment, from customers, from other costers, from police, from random men who thought a woman working alone was fair game for crude comments or worse. But they did it anyway. Women who were widowed, or who'd been abandoned by husbands, or who simply needed to support themselves became costers. They bought their stock at the wholesale markets. They pushed their barrows or carried their baskets. They called out their wares, and they competed with everyone else for customers. The women we met at the wholesale markets, the saleswomen who sold watercress and flowers and vegetables, they were a different category again. These were women who had made it to the wholesale level, who had enough capital to buy in bulk and sell to the street vendors. Some were kind to the poor children who came to buy from them. Others were harsh, refusing to budge on price, suspicious of everyone. Both responses were understandable. Kindness is a luxury in a world where you're barely surviving yourself, and harshness is a survival mechanism when people try to cheat you every day. Mayhew mentions that approximately half of all costermongers were born into the trade, and that includes the women. Coster daughters grew up learning the business from their mothers. They learned how to evaluate produce quality, how to negotiate prices, how to read customers, how to manage money, how to survive. This was education, just not the kind Victorian society recognized or valued. These daughters would accompany their mothers to market from young ages. They learned by watching and doing. By the time they were teenagers, they were fully competent costers themselves. Some would eventually marry and work alongside their husbands. Others might set up on their own. The trade was hereditary, passed down through maternal lines as much as paternal ones. And here is something fascinating. In the costermonger community, women had more economic autonomy than women in many higher social classes. Yes, they worked hard. Yes, they faced dangers and difficulties. But they also handled money, made business decisions, had their own income, and operated with a level of independence that a middle-class Victorian woman might never experience. A middle-class Victorian woman was economically dependent on her father until she married, and then economically dependent on her husband. She could not own property in her own name for much of the Victorian era. She could not open a bank account. She could not sign contracts. Her money, if she had any, legally belonged to her husband. She was, in legal terms, barely more than property herself. A costermonger woman did not have those legal restrictions in practice because she existed outside the formal economy where those laws mattered. She might be married, but she was also working, earning, spending, saving if possible. She had economic agency. Her contribution to the family income was visible and acknowledged. She was a partner, not a dependent. Now, I am not romanticizing this. Economic necessity is not the same as freedom. A coster woman worked because she had to, not because she chose to in any meaningful sense. She faced dangers and hardships that a wealthier woman did not. But within the constraints of poverty, there was a kind of equality between coster men and women that did not exist in other social classes. The women also participated fully in coster social life. They went to the beer shops, they attended the hops and danced with vigorous, laborious capering just like the men. Mayhew specifically notes that at the coster dances, women were in slightly larger numbers than men. These were not shrinking violets sitting on the sidelines waiting to be asked to dance. These were women who danced hard, who stayed out late, who lived their lives with energy and appetite. And yes, there were dangers in this. Young women at the hops were sometimes pressured to drink more than they wanted. Sexual harassment was a constant threat for women working in public spaces. Women costers had to develop thick skins and sharp tongues to protect themselves. They had to be tough because the alternative was to be victimized. But toughness is not the same as masculinity, and this is important. Victorian society often described these working-class women as unfeminine because they were strong and assertive and independent. But they were not trying to be men. They were being women in circumstances that required strength. They were performing femininity in a different register than Victorian middle-class ideals allowed. Coster women wore shawls and aprons and the distinctive Kingsman neckerchiefs. They often wore their hair in particular styles that marked them as costers. They had their own aesthetic, their own version of beauty, their own way of presenting themselves that was different from respectable Victorian femininity, but was nonetheless gendered and intentional. The flower girls, when they grew into adulthood, often continued in the trade or moved into related work. Some, like Ellen Keeley, built successful businesses, but many simply continued selling flowers their entire lives, becoming the older women who sold from baskets or small stalls, who'd been in the same spot for decades, who knew every regular customer by name. These older flower women were institutions in their neighborhoods. They had survived childhood poverty, survived the dangers of street life, survived diseases and accidents, and the constant grinding difficulty of their existence. They had earned respect through sheer persistence. Customers who had bought flowers from them as children now brought their own children to buy flowers from the same woman. There is a particular poignancy to this continuity. The flower girl who once stood on that corner as a child, selling violets to survive, now stands on the same corner 40 years later, still selling violets, still surviving. Is that success or failure? Is that inspiring or heartbreaking? Maybe it is both. Some women found different paths. Domestic service was a common alternative for women who wanted to leave street selling. Being a maid or cook in a middle-class household was hard work, but it offered regular meals, a place to sleep, and a certain respectability that street selling lacked. Some Costa daughters took that route when they could, but domestic service had its own problems. You were subject to your employer's whims. You could be fired without notice. You had no freedom. Your time belonged to your employer completely. You were isolated from your family and community, and the pay was often worse than what a successful Costa could earn. So many women looked at the trade-offs and chose to stay with street selling, for all its difficulties, because at least they were their own bosses. Prostitution was always a shadow hanging over poor women's lives in Victorian London. Some women turned to it out of desperation. Others combined it with other work, selling flowers during the day and selling themselves at night when flowers would not cover the rent. Victorian reformers were obsessed with fallen women and constantly worried that flower girls were really prostitutes in disguise. This was largely paranoia fueled by Victorian anxiety about female sexuality. Most flower girls were just flower girls, but the assumption that any young woman working alone in public must be morally suspect tells you everything about Victorian attitudes toward women and work and sexuality. A woman in public space was inherently suspicious. A woman working independently was potentially dangerous to social order. The only safe woman was one confined to private domestic space under male supervision. The women of the markets rejected all of that, not through ideological feminist rebellion. Feminism as an organized movement was just beginning in the Victorian era, but through practical necessity. They simply could not afford to conform to Victorian feminine ideals. They had to work, so they worked. They had to be strong, so they were strong. They had to be assertive, so they were assertive. And in doing so, they created a different model of womanhood. Not the only alternative model. There were many different ways of being a woman in Victorian England, but a significant one that challenged comfortable assumptions. Let me tell you about one more group of women we've not fully discussed. The mothers. The mothers of the watercress girls and flower girls and all those working children. These women are often invisible in historical accounts, mentioned only in passing, but they were making impossible choices every single day. Imagine you are a mother in Victorian London. You have 3 or 4 or 5 children. Your husband works when he can find work, but it is irregular and the pay is terrible. You might work yourself, taking in laundry, doing piecework sewing at home, selling something small in the market. But it is not enough. It is never enough. And you have to make a choice. Do you send your 6-year-old daughter out to sell watercress, knowing she'll be cold and hungry and possibly harmed, or do you keep her home and watch all your children starve? That is not a hypothetical ethical dilemma. That is Tuesday. That is the choice you face every single day. So you send her out. You give her the few pennies needed to buy her first bundles of watercress. You tell her where to go, how to negotiate, which streets are safe and which to avoid. You send your baby out into a dangerous world because the alternative is watching her die at home. And then you wait. You do whatever other work you can while caring for the younger children. You worry. You pray if you are religious. You hope she comes back safe. You hope she sells enough. You hope today is not the day something terrible happens. When she comes home after dark, exhausted and perhaps with only a few pennies earned, what do? Do you praise her for trying? Do you criticize her for not selling more? Do you hold her and cry? Do you beat her out of frustration and fear and rage at a world that forces you to do this to your own child? Maybe all of those things at different times. Maybe you are good to her in the sense that you do not often beat her, as the watercress girl told Mayhew about her mother. Maybe the fact that you do not beat her often is the best you can do, and maybe that is simultaneously tragic and a testament to your love for her. These mothers loved their children. That needs to be said clearly. They loved them enough to make impossible choices. They loved them enough to do terrible things to keep them alive. Sending your 6-year-old out to work is child abuse by modern standards, but in their context it was love. It was sacrifice. It was mothers doing what they had to do to give their children any chance at survival. And some of them succeeded. Ellen Keeley's mother helped her daughter build a business empire. The thriving Costa family that Mayhew visited, with their clean room and their pictures of saints on the wall, they were clearly parents who had managed to create something stable, despite everything working against them. These were victories, small and hard won, but real. So when we talk about the women of the Victorian markets, we need to see all of them. The Irish basket women with their impossible strength, the Costa wives working alongside their husbands, the independent flower sellers making their own way, the wholesale dealers who controlled access to goods, the mothers making impossible choices, the daughters learning a trade, the old women who survived. These were not weak women, these were not victims, though they were certainly victimized by circumstances beyond their control. These were warriors, fighters, survivors who refused to disappear no matter how much Victorian society might have preferred them invisible. Their strength challenges us even now. It asks us, what would you do in their circumstances? How strong would you be? Could you carry 60 pounds on your head? Could you send your 6-year-old out to work? Could you survive what they survived? And if the answer is, I do not know, or probably not, then maybe we owe these women more recognition than history has generally given them. Maybe their stories deserve to be told with the same attention we give to queens and ladies and the women who had the luxury of being delicate. But these women did not work alone. They worked within a system, a culture, a community that had its own rules and codes and ways of operating. We've talked about the costermonger kingdom, but we've not fully explored how it actually functioned as a society. What held it together? How did they communicate? What happened when conflicts arose? And why was their relationship with authority, especially the police, so antagonistic? Those questions have answers, and those answers reveal yet another layer of this extraordinary world. The Costas built something that looked from the outside like chaos, but from the inside was actually quite organized, held together by invisible bonds of language, custom, and mutual need. So let us delve into those mysteries now, into the secret languages and street justice, and the codes that governed a kingdom most Londoners never even knew existed. Two costermongers are standing on a street corner. A police constable is walking toward them, and one coster turns to the other and says very quietly, "Ekilop." The other coster immediately understands. Ekilop is police spelled backward, spoken in the secret language that only costers know. Within seconds, both vendors have shifted their barrows slightly, adjusted their positions, changed their posture. They look casual, innocent, like they have nothing to hide. The constable passes by without incident, and the costers exchange the briefest of smiles. They have communicated right in front of authority without authority understanding a word. This happened thousands of times, every day, across Victorian London. The costermongers had built their own linguistic code, their own system of justice, their own way of organising society that existed parallel to the official structures, but entirely separate from them. They were a nation within a nation, a kingdom that most Londoners never saw even though they walked through it every day. We mentioned backslang earlier, but let us really understand what it meant and how it functioned. Backslang was invented, according to Henry Mayhew's research, only about 5 to 10 years before he wrote about it in the late 1840s. That makes it a relatively recent innovation, created in response to specific pressures that costers were facing. The principle was simple: take a word, spell it backward, and pronounce the result. Police becomes Esilop, Boy becomes yob. Penny becomes yenep. A pot of beer becomes top-a-reeb. Woman becomes namau. Kidney becomes yendik. These were words you could speak in front of outsiders, police, market officials, hostile shopkeepers, anyone who was not part of the Costa community, and they would have no idea what you were saying. But here is the puzzle we touched on before. Backslang requires you to know how words are spelled. You cannot say a word backward if you do not know its written form. And yet Mayhew tells us that almost all costermongers were illiterate. They could not read or write. So how did an illiterate community develop a language based on spelling? Mayhew speculates that someone educated must have invented it. Perhaps a literate person who had fallen on hard times and joined the Costa ranks. Or maybe someone's child who had briefly attended school before being pulled out to work. This person would have taught the backward words to others, who would have memorized them without understanding the spelling principles underneath. The words would have spread through oral tradition, passed from person to person, becoming part of Costa culture even though most speakers could not have explained how the system worked. This tells us something important. The Costas were not stupid. They could not read, but they could learn complex linguistic patterns. They could memorize extensive vocabulary. They could use language strategically and creatively. Their illiteracy was a product of circumstances, not capability. Given education and opportunity, they would have been perfectly capable of any intellectual work. But Victorian society did not see it that way. Illiteracy was taken as evidence of mental deficiency, of moral failing, of inherent inferiority. The fact that Costas could not read was used to justify looking down on them, excluding them, treating them as less than fully human. The fact that these same people had created their own functional language system didn't register with most Victorian observers as evidence of intelligence and creativity. The backslang served multiple purposes beyond just evading police. It created group identity. If you knew backslang, you were part of the community. If you did not, you were an outsider. This linguistic boundary was as real as any physical one. It said, "We are us, and you are not us," and this language proves it. It also allowed for coordination in the markets. If one Costa spotted a particularly good deal at a wholesale stall, he could tell other Costas about it using backslang, and the information would spread through the Costa network while non-Costas remained oblivious. If a saleswoman was cheating people, warning could be passed in backslang. If someone was causing trouble, backup could be summoned without the troublemaker knowing. The language created a secret communication network that connected the entire Costa community across London. It was social technology, a tool for survival in a hostile environment. And speaking of hostile environments, let us talk about the relationship between costermongers and the police, because it was warfare. Not metaphorical warfare, actual, active, ongoing conflict that sometimes turned violent. One historian, describing the relationship between navvies, railway workers, and civil authority, notes that conflict was common, but not inevitable. But with London costermongers, he writes, it was axiomatic, meaning it was fundamental, unchangeable, a basic characteristic of the relationship. Costas and police were enemies by definition. Why? What created such deep animosity? Start with the law. Street selling was legal in some places and illegal in others, and the boundaries were often unclear or changed without notice. Costas could be arrested for obstruction, blocking the footpath with their barrows. They could be arrested for not having the proper licenses. They could be arrested for causing a nuisance. The laws were enforced inconsistently, often depending on whether individual constables liked or disliked Costas, or whether they had been ordered to clear a particular area that week. From the Costa perspective, police were arbitrary enforcers of unjust rules. A Costa might work the same corner for years without trouble, then suddenly be arrested because a shopkeeper complained, or because someone in authority decided that street sellers were making the area look disreputable. The Costa had not changed anything. The political winds had shifted, and suddenly what was tolerated yesterday was criminal today. Police also confiscated goods, which was economically devastating. Remember, a Costa's entire capital might be tied up in the stock they were selling that day. If a constable confiscated your barrow full of vegetables, you lost everything: your investment, your potential profit, and your ability to work the next day because you no longer had stock. It could destroy a family. So Costas fought back. When police tried to clear street vendors from an area, the Costas would resist. They would argue. They would refuse to move. And if police tried to arrest someone or confiscate goods, other Costas would intervene. Crowds would gather. Things would be thrown: stones, bricks, bottles, vegetables, anything at hand. Police would retreat or call for reinforcements. Sometimes there would be actual battles, street fights between organized Costas and police trying to enforce whatever rule someone had decided mattered that week. This was not random violence. This was community self-defense. The Costas understood that if they let police push them around without resistance, they would be pushed out of existence. They had no legal recourse, no political representation, no voice in the system. Violence was the only leverage they had, and they used it strategically. The police, for their part, generally hated dealing with Costas. It was dangerous. Getting hit with a brick hurts regardless of whether you're a constable. It was frustrating. You could arrest one Costa, but 10 more would be working the same spot the next day. And it was morally ambiguous even for the police themselves. Many constables came from working-class backgrounds. They understood that Costas were just trying to survive, but they also had orders, and they needed their jobs, so they enforced the laws even when they personally thought the laws were unjust. This created a cycle of mutual hostility. Police harassed Costas. Costas fought back. Police cracked down harder. Costas organized better resistance. Round and round it went, year after year, decade after decade. But within the Costa community itself, there was a different kind of law enforcement: street justice. The Costas policed themselves according to their own codes, and those codes were strictly enforced. Theft within the Costa community was rare and harshly punished. If you stole from another Costa, you were not just committing a crime, you were betraying your community, violating the solidarity that kept everyone alive. The punishment could be physical violence, but more often it was social exclusion. You would be marked as untrustworthy. Other Costas would refuse to work with you. You would lose access to the network of information and mutual aid that made survival possible. In a very real sense, you would be exiled. Even petty criminals, thieves who stole from shopkeepers or wealthy people, generally left Costas alone. Why? Because Costas were known to deliver their own justice. A thief might steal from a shop and get away with it because the shopkeeper would call the police, and by the time police arrived, the thief would be gone. But steal from a Costa, and the Costas themselves would come after you. They knew the streets better than anyone. They had networks of informants. They would find you, and when they did, you would face immediate physical consequences. This reputation for street justice protected the community. It made attacking Costas more trouble than it was worth for most criminals. The Costas had created their own deterrent system. Within this system, there were leaders, respected Costas who mediated disputes, organized collective action, and represented the community to outside authorities when necessary. These were the predecessors of the pearly kings and queens, though the formal tradition developed more fully later. These leaders were not elected or officially appointed. They earned their position through respect, through their ability to solve problems, through their fairness in handling disputes. If two costers had a disagreement about who had the right to a particular corner, they might take it to one of these respected figures for arbitration. The leader would listen to both sides, maybe consult with others who knew the situation, and make a decision. And both costers would generally accept that decision because defying it meant losing standing in the community. This informal justice system worked because it had to work. Costers could not go to official courts for most disputes. Courts cost money, took time, and often ruled against costers anyway because judges shared the general middle-class prejudice against street sellers. So they built their own system, and it functioned well enough to keep the community from tearing itself apart. There was also a code of mutual aid. If a coster fell sick and could not work, other costers would help support the family, contributing food, money, whatever they could spare. When a coster died, the community would help pay for the funeral. If someone's barrow broke, neighbours would help repair it. This was not charity. This was insurance. You helped others because someday you would need help, and the community would remember who had been generous and who had not. Ellen Keeley's barrow rental business succeeded partly because of this ethic of mutual aid. When costers needed barrows, they went to the Keeley family because the Keeleys were part of the community. They were trusted. They treated people fairly. That trust was built over decades and was more valuable than any formal contract. The coster colonies, those neighbourhoods where costers lived together in courtyards and alleyways, reinforced all of this. Living in close proximity meant everyone knew everyone else's business. Privacy was impossible in a single-room dwelling, and when dozens of families lived in the same courtyard, there were no secrets. This could be oppressive, certainly, but it also created accountability. You could not cheat your neighbours because they would know immediately. You could not shirk your obligations because everyone was watching. Children grew up in this environment, learning the codes from infancy. By the time a coster child was old enough to work, they already understood how the system worked, who to trust, who to avoid, what behaviour was acceptable, what would get you ostracised. This knowledge was as important as any business skill. Now, you might be wondering, did any of this change over the Victorian era? Did the relationship with police improve? Did the community structure evolve? The answer is slowly and not much. There were attempts at reform. In the 1890s, costermongers began forming unions, formal organisations to represent their interests. The Costermongers' Union and others like it tried to negotiate with authorities for better treatment, clearer laws, designated market spaces. These unions had some success, but they also faced opposition from costers themselves who distrusted any formal organisation and preferred the old ways. By the early 20th century, pressure was building to move street markets indoors or to designated areas with regulations and licenses. This was framed as modernisation, as making cities more efficient and orderly. But from the coster perspective, it was another attempt to control them, to take away their independence, to force them into systems designed by and for people who did not understand or respect their way of life. The number of independent street vendors declined through the late Victorian period and into the 20th century. Not because the need for their services disappeared, working-class people still needed cheap food, but because authorities kept making it harder to operate. More restrictions, more licenses, more designated areas, more enforcement. By the 1960s, mobile street vending by costermongers had largely ceased. The few remaining costers moved into established market stalls or gave up the trade entirely. The costermonger kingdom, which had existed for centuries, had been regulated out of existence, but the culture persisted in modified forms. The pearly kings and queens continue today, wearing their button-covered costumes and representing London's market heritage. Street markets still operate, though they are now regulated, licensed, contained. Borough Market, Camden Market, Portobello Road. These are descendants of the wild, unregulated markets where our watercress girl and flower girls worked, though they are now tourist attractions as much as functional markets. And back slang. It survives in fragments. Butchers still use it occasionally. The word yob remains in British English as slang for a rough young man, a linguistic fossil from costermonger days. Cockney rhyming slang, which developed alongside back slang, is still used and recognised. The spirit of the costermonger, the independence, the creativity in the face of poverty, the refusal to disappear quietly, that spirit influenced British working-class culture in ways that persist. The market trader, the wheeler dealer, the person who operates outside formal systems and makes their own opportunities, these are still recognised types in British culture, and they trace their lineage back to the Victorian costers. So what are we to make of this parallel society, this kingdom within a kingdom? Was it good or bad? Functional or dysfunctional? A triumph of working-class solidarity or a symptom of systemic failure? Perhaps it was all of those things simultaneously. The fact that costers had to create their own language, their own justice system, their own social structures, that was a failure of Victorian society to include and protect its poorest members. But the fact that they successfully created these things, that was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience. The costermonger kingdom existed because it had to exist. It was made necessary by exclusion, by poverty, by the indifference or hostility of the wider society. But having been made necessary, it became something more, a culture, an identity, a way of being in the world that had its own integrity and value. And the people within it, our watercress girl, our flower sellers, our Irish basket women, our barrow-pushing men, all of them, they were not just victims of circumstance. They were architects of survival. They built something remarkable out of nothing, and that deserves recognition. But all kingdoms must be sustained. All communities need resources, and the costers' resources came from their ability to buy cheap and sell with a tiny markup, to turn pennies into survival, to work angles and opportunities that no one else even saw. How they did this, the actual business practices, the tricks of the trade, the dodges that separated successful costers from failed ones, this was the secret knowledge that kept the kingdom running. So let us look at the economics of it all, the actual mechanics of buying and selling, the thin margins between survival and starvation, because understanding how the costers made their living helps us understand why they fought so hard to protect it. A costermonger wakes before dawn with exactly 3p in his pocket. By the end of the day, if everything goes right, he might have 5p. That 2p difference, about 17 cents in modern American currency, is his profit for an entire day of back-breaking work. That 2p is what feeds his family. That 2p is the margin between survival and starvation. This is the mathematics of poverty, and it is brutal. Let me walk you through a typical transaction so you can understand just how thin these margins were and how much skill was required to make them work. Our costermonger, let us call him Jack, arrives at Covent Garden at 4 a.m. with his 3p. He needs to buy produce to sell. But what produce? This is his first crucial decision, and he has about 3 minutes to make it because the market moves fast and good deals disappear quickly. Jack evaluates several factors simultaneously. What is in oversupply today? Oversupply means lower wholesale prices. What is the weather going to be like? Rain ruins some goods but not others. What day of the week is it? Different days have different customer bases with different needs. What season is it? Seasonal goods sell differently. Let us say it is autumn, and there is a glut of apples because the harvest has been good. Jack sees a wholesale dealer with a huge pile of apples selling them cheap to clear inventory. The dealer is asking 3p per bushel. A bushel is a large basket that holds roughly 40 pounds of apples, maybe 80 to 100 apples depending on size. Jack examines the apples quickly but carefully. Are they bruised? Starting to rot? Too small? Mixed quality? He needs to assess this in seconds while other costers are also swarming the stall. The dealer is shouting prices, negotiating with multiple customers at once, trying to move as much stock as possible before the market closes. Jack offers 2p for the bushel. The dealer scoffs. 2p? You insult me. These are prime apples. 3p or go find someone else. Jack points to some bruising on the apples near the bottom of the pile. These are going bad. You will have to throw them out by this afternoon anyway. 2p, and I take them now. The dealer looks around. Other costers are buying from competitors. He needs to move stock. 2.5p, he counters. Jack hesitates. That extra halfpenny matters enormously. If he pays 2.5p, he only has a halfpenny left for contingencies or for buying more stock later. But if he walks away, he might not find a better deal, and then he has wasted his time and will have nothing to sell. Done, Jack says, and hands over 2.5p. He now owns a bushel of apples and has a halfpenny remaining. Now comes the hard part, turning that bushel of apples into profit. Jack cannot sell them wholesale. He does not have the connections or the capital. He has to sell them retail, one at a time or in small quantities on the street. In the 1840s, retail prices for apples varied, but a common price might be 4 or 5 apples for a penny. Let us say Jack decides to sell 4 apples for a penny. He has roughly 80 apples in his bushel. If he sells all of them at 4 for a penny, he gets 20 pennies total. 20 pennies is 1 shilling and 8p. He paid 2.5p for the apples. His gross profit is 1 shilling and 5.5p. That sounds decent until you account for reality. Reality number 1. He will not sell all the apples. Some will be too damaged to sell. Some will be stolen. Street children, desperate people, opportunistic thieves, all see his unguarded barrow as a source of free food. Some will rot before he can sell them, especially if the weather is warm or if it takes him several days to move the stock. Reality number 2. Customers will haggle. That 4 for a penny price is a starting point. A skilled haggler might get him down to 5 for a penny, cutting his profit. A sympathetic coster might give a poor family a discount because he knows what hunger looks like. Sometimes he gives away apples to children or elderly people who remind him of his own family. Reality number 3. There are costs beyond just the wholesale purchase. If Jack rents his barrow instead of owning it, that costs money, maybe 2p per day. If he needs to buy fuel for a fire to keep warm while selling, that costs money. If he wants to eat anything himself during the long day, that costs money. Let us say Jack sells 70 of his 80 apples over the course of a day. 10 are too damaged or rot or get stolen. Of the 70, he sells most at 4 for a penny, but had to discount some to 5 for a penny. His average comes out to about 17 pennies earned from actual sales. 17 pennies minus the 2.5p he paid for the apples equals 14.5p profit. But then he has to pay 2p for the barrow rental, leaving him with 12.5p. If he spends a penny on food for himself during the day, a baked potato, some bread, he's down to 11.5p. And that 11.5p has to cover everything. Food for his family, rent for their room, clothes, fuel, everything. If rent is 6 pence per week and he works 6 days, that is a penny per day for rent. Down to 10.5 pence. Food for a family of 4 or 5 might cost 4 pence per day if they eat very cheaply. Down to 6.5 pence. That remaining 6.5 pence has to cover unexpected costs, savings for slow days, money to buy stock for the next day, clothes that wear out, medicine when someone gets sick, and any other expense that arises. Do you see how precarious this is? One bad day, rain that keeps customers home, fog that reduces visibility, police confiscating his stock, and the whole calculation collapses. One expense he did not plan for, and he cannot afford stock for the next day, which means no income, which means the family does not eat. This is why Henry Mayhew described Costa profit as getting a penny profit out of the poor man's dinner. They were making pennies by selling to people who also only had pennies. It was the poor serving the poor, with both sides operating on margins so thin that a single mistake could be catastrophic. Now, the smart costers developed strategies to improve these odds. Let us talk about some of the dodges, the tricks that separated successful costers from failed ones. Dodge number 1. Know your products and their seasons. A successful coster understood which goods were profitable when. Watercress in winter might seem like a bad idea because it is cold and customers do not want cold food. But actually, watercress was sometimes good in winter because there was less of it, and what existed sold to middle-class customers who wanted greens for their salads. The competition was less fierce than in summer. Fish was better in winter for similar reasons. Yes, catches were irregular because of storms, but that drove prices up, and wealthy customers would pay premium prices for fish for their winter dinner parties. A coster who could get fish in January could make better margins than one selling it in July when it was abundant but spoiled quickly in the heat. Dodge number 2. Understand your customers. Different neighborhoods wanted different things. In wealthy areas you could sell flowers, nice fruits, quality fish. In poor neighborhoods you sold whatever was cheapest. Damaged vegetables, offal, day-old bread. A smart coster tailored their stock to their location. Dodge number 3. Timing was everything. The watercress girl had to arrive at market before the Irish sellers bought everything. The flower girls needed to be at train stations when travellers arrived. Fish sellers needed to catch workers as they left factories with their pay. Being in the right place at the right time could double your sales. Dodge number 4. Presentation mattered. Stack your apples into an impressive pyramid with the best ones on top. Arrange your flowers artfully. Make your fish look fresh even if it is starting to turn. Create visual appeal that draws customers over to your cart instead of your competitors. This was salesmanship, and the best costers were artists at it. Dodge number 5. Know the tricks of preservation. Mayhew mentions several techniques costers use to make goods last longer or look better. Boil oranges and prunes to make them swell and look juicy. Mix good apples with bad ones to bulk out the volume. Keep fish on ice if you can afford it, or sell it fast before spoilage becomes obvious. Are these ethical? By modern standards, maybe not. Hiding bad apples under good ones is deceptive. But from the coster perspective, wasting food meant their children went hungry, and if they could sell damaged goods mixed with good ones instead of throwing them away, that was survival, not fraud. Dodge number 6. Develop regular customers. A coster who worked the same corner every day would develop relationships with local residents. These regulars would come specifically to buy from him because they knew him, trusted him, appreciated that he gave them fair deals. This regular customer base was more valuable than anything because it provided predictable income. Dodge number 7. Be flexible. If apples were not selling, switch to something else. If a particular corner was not working, move. If wholesale prices spiked, adjust retail prices accordingly. Rigidity killed costas. Adaptability kept them alive. But even with all these strategies, the economics were brutal. Remember that average weekly income Mayhew calculated, 8 shillings per week or 96 pennies. Rent for a single room might be 2 to 3 shillings per week. Food for a family might cost another 4 shillings per week. That leaves 1 or 2 shillings for everything else: clothes, fuel, medicine, anything unexpected. And that assumes steady work. But work was not steady. Weather affected sales dramatically. Fog days could cut income to almost nothing. Rain days were not much better. Winter was harder than summer in many ways because people bought less, stayed inside more, had less money themselves because work was scarcer. Seasonal unemployment was a reality for many working-class Victorians, and it affected costas too. When factories slowed down in winter and laid off workers, those workers had less money to spend, which meant costas sold less, which meant costa families went hungry too. The entire working-class economy was interconnected, and when one part struggled, everyone struggled. There were good days, of course. Saturday nights, as we discussed, were generally profitable because people had just been paid. Holidays could be good because people wanted treats and special foods. Sudden events, a royal visit, a festival, anything that drew crowds, created opportunities for smart costas to make extra money. But you could not count on good days. You had to plan for bad days, which meant saving when you could. But how do you save when you're already living on the edge? This is the fundamental trap of poverty. You need savings to survive setbacks, but you need to survive setbacks to build savings. It is a catch-22 that keeps people trapped. Some costas never escape this trap. They worked their entire lives struggling every day and died poor. Others, like Ellen Keeley's family, found ways to accumulate capital, buying barrows instead of renting them, building rental businesses, eventually opening shops. But this required luck, skill, and often several generations of accumulated advantage. The economics also explain why theft from costas was so rare within the community. If you stole another costa's apples, you were not just taking fruit, you were taking that person's capital, their ability to work the next day, their family's survival. It was essentially attempted murder by economic means. The harsh punishment for such theft was proportionate to the harm it caused. It also explains why the relationship with police was so antagonistic. When a constable confiscated a costa's stock for the crime of obstruction, or selling without a license, he was not just enforcing a minor regulation. He was destroying that family's livelihood, possibly for weeks or months. The costa fought back violently because the alternative was watching his children starve. The economic pressure created other problems too. Alcohol abuse was rampant because gin was cheap, and oblivion was appealing when your life was an endless cycle of work and deprivation, with no hope of improvement. Domestic violence was common because stress and frustration had to go somewhere, and the people closest to you were the easiest targets. Child labour was not just economically beneficial, it was economically necessary. A family could not survive on one person's costa income. They needed every person old enough to work to be working. This was not cruelty from the parent's perspective. This was mathematics. 1 income equals starvation. 2 incomes equals survival. 3 or 4 incomes equals something approaching stability. Mayhew understood this. He writes with genuine compassion about the economic traps that kept people poor. He does not moralize about why costas drink or why they send their children out to work. He shows the numbers, and the numbers explain everything. But here is what Mayhew also understood. Within these brutal economic constraints, the Costas were remarkably skilled business people. They made complex calculations instantly. They understood market dynamics, supply and demand, pricing strategies, customer psychology. They managed inventory, cash flow, logistics. They negotiated, marketed, adapted to changing conditions. Put a successful Costa in a different environment with more capital and education, and they would probably succeed in formal business. The skills were there. What they lacked was not ability but opportunity, not intelligence but access to the systems that would let them use their intelligence productively. This is the tragedy of poverty. It wastes human potential on such a massive scale. Every Costa who spent their brilliant mind figuring out how to make twopence profit on a bushel of apples was a person who might have invented something, created something, contributed something larger to the world if they'd been given the chance. But Victorian society did not see it that way. Victorian society looked at Costas and saw failure, moral weakness, evidence of inherent inferiority. The economic system that kept them poor was invisible. Only the poverty itself was visible, and poverty was interpreted as personal failing rather than systemic design. Yet the Costas persisted. They made their pennies. They fed their families. They survived. And in surviving, they built a culture and a community that lasted for generations. The economic margins were razor thin, but they navigated them successfully enough that the costermonger kingdom endured for centuries. And that brings us to the question we've been circling around since the beginning. What happened to them? How did this entire world that we've been exploring, the watercress girls, the flower sellers, the Irish basket women, the 30,000 Costas with their barrows and their backslang and their Saturday night markets, how did it all end? Or did it end? What legacy did these people leave, and what does their story mean for us now? These are the questions that matter most, because history is not just about what happened. History is about understanding where we came from, so we can better understand where we are and where we might go. So let us bring our journey through the fog toward its conclusion. Let us see what happened when Victorian London finally decided to deal with its costermonger problem, and let us discover what, if anything, remains of that extraordinary world in the London of today. The campaign against the costermongers began quietly, with newspaper editorials and complaints from shopkeepers. But it grew into something much larger, a systematic effort to erase an entire way of life in the name of progress and respectability. It started with language. Victorian reformers stopped calling them street sellers or even costermongers. They became obstructions, nuisances, elements of disorder. The language stripped away humanity and replaced it with the vocabulary of urban planning and social control. The argument went like this. London was growing rapidly. Traffic was increasing. The streets needed to be clear for vehicles and pedestrians. Street vendors with their barrows and their crowds of customers were blocking pavements and roadways. They were making the city look disorderly, uncivilized, backward. They were an embarrassment to a modern metropolis that saw itself as the capital of the greatest empire the world had ever known. And there was some truth to this. Victorian London was struggling with massive growth. The population exploded from about 2 million in 1840 to over 6 million by 1900. Infrastructure built for a much smaller city was overwhelmed. Streets were indeed crowded and chaotic. Something probably did need to change, but notice what was never seriously proposed. Creating designated market spaces where costers could work legally and safely. Providing licenses at prices the poor could actually afford. building infrastructure that accommodated both modern commerce and traditional street selling. These solutions would have required spending money on poor people, and Victorian society was not interested in that. Instead, the solution was erasure. Move the costers along, clear the streets, push them into regulated markets if they exist, and if they do not exist, well, that is not our problem, is it? The legal pressure increased throughout the late Victorian period. More restrictions on where you could sell, more requirements for licenses, higher fees, more aggressive enforcement. The City of London, the square mile that was the financial heart of the capital, banned street selling entirely in some areas. Other districts followed. Police were given quotas, encouraged to clear vendors from prestigious shopping streets and areas where middle-class residents complained. A constable who arrested 10 costers in a week was seen as doing good work, keeping the streets clean and orderly. The fact that those 10 arrests might have destroyed 10 families was not part of the calculation. Newspaper coverage supported this. The Times and other respectable papers ran articles about the problem of street vendors. They interviewed shopkeepers who complained that costers were taking their business, ignoring the fact that costers and shops served different markets and different customers. They published editorials calling for stricter enforcement and clearer streets. Some papers were more sympathetic. The radical press, the newspapers that spoke for working people, defended the costers. They pointed out that street vendors provided essential services to the poor. They argued that costers were workers like any others, just trying to survive. But these voices were drowned out by the chorus demanding order and respectability. There was also a moral dimension to the campaign against costers. Victorian reformers worried about the mixing of classes in street markets. They worried about young women selling flowers being exposed to corrupting influences. They worried about children working instead of being in school. They worried about drinking, gambling, profanity, all the behaviours that street life seemed to encourage. Some of this concern was genuine, if misguided. Child labour was genuinely harmful. Alcohol abuse was genuinely destructive. But the Victorian solution was not to address the poverty that made these things necessary or appealing. The solution was to criminalise the visible evidence of poverty and hope it went away. The costers, as we have discussed, fought back, but they were fighting a losing battle against forces much larger than themselves. The economy was changing. Industrialisation was creating new forms of retail. Department stores were opening. Large, formal shops where you could buy everything under one roof. Chain stores were spreading, offering standardized goods at standardized prices. These new commercial forms were more modern, more respectable, more consistent with Victorian ideas about how commerce should work. The informal economy that costers represented, flexible, ungoverned, responsive to immediate needs, was being squeezed out by formal commerce with its regulations, licenses, fixed locations, and predictable hours. It was not that the new system was necessarily better for poor customers, it was that it was better for middle-class sensibilities and for government control. In the 1890s, costermonger unions formed to fight back collectively. The Costermongers' Union and other organisations tried to negotiate with authorities for better treatment. They had some small successes, getting a few designated market areas recognised, getting some unfair regulations modified. But they also faced internal divisions. Many costers distrusted formal organisations. They preferred their informal networks and personal relationships. The union movement among costers never achieved the strength that industrial workers' unions did. There was also a generational shift happening. The children of costers, when they had the opportunity, often chose different paths. Education was becoming more accessible through the ragged schools, and eventually through compulsory schooling after the Education Act of 1870. Children who learned to read and write had options their parents never did. They could become shop clerks, factory workers, servants, jobs that offered regular wages and more stability than street selling. Some Costa families saw this as progress. Their children were escaping the life they had endured. Others saw it as betrayal or loss, the younger generation abandoning the trade, the community, the culture. Both perspectives were valid. It was progress and loss simultaneously. By the early 20th century, the age of the independent street coster was clearly ending. More and more vendors were moving into regulated markets, permanent stalls in designated areas where they paid rent and followed rules but at least had legal protection. These market stalls were more stable than street selling, but they also lacked the freedom and flexibility that had defined coster life. The mobile barrow pusher, wandering through neighbourhoods and calling out wares, gradually disappeared. By the 1960s, this figure had almost completely vanished from London streets. The few remaining costers operated from fixed market stalls, and costermonger became a historical term rather than a living identity. But extinction and transformation are different things. The costermonger culture did not simply disappear, it evolved, fragmented, and left traces that persist today. The pearly kings and queens survived and thrived as cultural symbols. What started as a coster tradition, sewing pearl buttons on clothes to stand out and show pride, became formalized in the late Victorian and Edwardian periods. Families passed down the pearly tradition through generations. Today, there are still official pearly kings and queens representing different London boroughs, wearing their extraordinary button-covered suits, appearing at festivals and charity events. These modern pearlies are not working costers anymore. They're largely symbolic figures, keepers of tradition, representatives of London's working-class heritage. But they are direct descendants of the costermonger culture we've been exploring. When you see a pearly king at a London event, you are seeing a living link to the 1840s, to the streets where our watercress girl walked. The markets themselves evolved rather than disappeared. Covent Garden is still there, though it is now a tourist destination full of boutiques and restaurants, rather than a wholesale produce market. The actual wholesale operation moved to a new location in 1974, but the space retains its market identity, and you can still feel echoes of what it once was. Borough Market, Portobello Road, Camden Market, Petticoat Lane on Sundays. These famous London markets are all descendants of the Victorian street markets. They are regulated now, licensed, contained, tourist-friendly. The vendors are professionals with permits rather than desperate costers with barrows. But the energy, the crowding, the mixing of commerce and entertainment, the sense of markets as community spaces, all of that traces back to the costermonger tradition. British working-class culture absorbed elements of coster culture in ways that persist. The cheeky chappy figure in British comedy, the fast-talking wheeler-dealer who operates outside formal systems and makes his living through wit and hustle. That is a direct descendant of the costermonger character. The market trader, the barrow boy, the person who knows how to get things. These are still recognised types in British culture. The language left traces too. We mentioned that yob survives from back slang. Cockney rhyming slang, which developed alongside backslang in the same communities, is still widely known and used. Apples and pears for stairs, trouble and strife for wife, dog and bone for phone. These phrases remain part of British English. The linguistic creativity of the Victorian underclass became part of the national culture, and the spirit, that costermonger spirit of independence, resilience, creative survival, that influenced British working-class identity profoundly. The idea that working people have their own culture, their own codes, their own integrity that exists independently of middle-class approval, this was embodied by the Costas, and it resonated through generations. The social reforms that eventually did happen, compulsory education, child labour restrictions, workplace safety laws, the welfare state. These were not created for Costas specifically, but Costas and people like them were among the beneficiaries. The Victorian reformers who documented their lives, like Henry Mayhew, created awareness that eventually contributed to political will for change. It took decades, but change did come. So what happened to the watercress girl? We do not know, and that is important to acknowledge. She gave her interview to Mayhew, she disappeared back into the streets, and history lost track of her. She might have survived to adulthood and had a better life. She might have died young from disease or malnutrition, or one of the thousands of ways that poverty kills. We will never know. But her voice survived. Her words, preserved in Mayhew's book, have been read by millions of people over the past 170 years. Students study her story in classes about Victorian history. Researchers analyze her speech patterns. Novelists use her as inspiration for characters. She has become more famous in death than she ever could have been in life. Is that enough? Does literary immortality compensate for a childhood of suffering? Of course not. But it means something. It means she was not forgotten. It means the life she lived, however hard, was witnessed and recorded and remembered. Ellen Keeley, who we know survived and succeeded, represents a different kind of story. The possibility of rising within or through the system. Her funeral in 1949, with hundreds of market traders lining the streets, was a testament to a life fully lived, a person who mattered to her community. The wreaths of flowers, how appropriate for someone who started as a flower girl, were recognition and respect. The Irish basket women, those impossibly strong figures who shocked Victorian society, they are remembered too, though often only in historical accounts like Mayhew's. Their strength challenged assumptions about gender and capability. They demonstrated that Victorian ideals of feminine delicacy were class-specific, that working-class women could not afford to be fragile and were not. Their legacy is in every woman who has had to be strong when society preferred her weak, who has had to work when society preferred her decorative, who has had to fight when society preferred her compliant. The basket women showed that women's strength is not masculine, it is human, and it has always been necessary for survival. What about the broader legacy? What does the story of Victorian market girls and costermongers mean for us now, in the 21st century? First, it reminds us that poverty is not new, and its mechanisms are depressingly consistent. The traps that caught Victorian costers, not enough capital to escape, too much work to get educated, health destroyed by necessity. These same traps exist today, just in different forms. Second, it challenges us to see the informal economy that exists all around us. Street vendors still exist in every major city. Day labourers, gig workers, people operating outside formal systems because formal systems exclude them or exploit them. They are the modern descendants of the costers, and they face similar challenges. Third, it shows us that culture and community can flourish even in oppression, that people create meaning and connection and joy even when everything is working against them. The Saturday night markets, the back slang, the pearly traditions, these were not just survival mechanisms, they were art, culture, human creativity asserting itself. Fourth, it reminds us that children are vulnerable and that societies choose how much they protect them. Victorian Britain eventually chose to protect children through education and labour laws, but it took decades and thousands of destroyed childhoods before that choice was made. We face similar choices now about how we treat children in poverty, in conflict zones, in exploitative labour systems. Fifth, it teaches us to question whose stories get told and whose get forgotten. The Watercress Girl's story survived by accident, because one journalist thought it was worth recording. How many other stories were lost? How many voices were silenced? And in our own time, whose stories are we losing because we're not paying attention? The Victorian market girls and their world are gone. You cannot walk through Victorian London anymore. You cannot hear the street cries or smell the mix of flowers and fish and coal smoke, or see the naphtha lamps flaring in the Saturday night markets. That world has been replaced by something else, something cleaner, safer, more regulated, in many ways better. But something was also lost. The independence, the wildness, the ungoverned spaces where the poor could make their own way, these have been largely eliminated. Modern cities are more ordered, which means they are also more controlled. There is less room for the Watercress Girl to operate, less space for the costermonger kingdom to exist. Whether this is entirely good or entirely bad is not for me to say. It is both, as most historical changes are. We gained child protection and lost childhood labour. We gained order and lost independence. We gained formal rights and lost informal communities. Every gain has a cost, and every loss has a counterbalancing gain. What matters is that we remember. We remember the people who lived in those lost worlds, who survived under impossible conditions, who created culture and community despite everything. We remember them not to romanticize poverty. There was nothing romantic about it, but to honor their humanity, their strength, their refusal to be erased. And we remember because their story is not over. It echoes forward into our time, asking us questions about how we structure our economies, how we treat our poor, how we protect our vulnerable, how we value different kinds of work and different ways of living. The fog has lifted. Victorian London is gone. But the questions remain, and they are waiting for our answers. What we choose to do with these questions, how we choose to answer them, that will determine what stories future generations tell about us. And now, having journeyed through the fog, having met the Watercress Girl and the flower sellers and the costermongers and all the people who inhabited this lost world, we need to bring our story home. We need to reflect on what it all means, what we take from this journey, and why these voices from the past still matter in the present. So let us gather these threads together and see what picture they make, what lessons they hold, what human truths they reveal that transcend time and place and circumstance. We began this journey in the fog, with a little girl waking at 4 a.m. to sell watercress. We have travelled through markets and streets, through poverty and resilience, through desperation and joy. We have met children who never had childhoods, women who had to be warriors, men who built kingdoms out of pennies. And now, as our time together draws to a close, I want to leave you with something to carry forward. There is a temptation, when studying history, to congratulate ourselves on how far we have come, to look at Victorian child labour and think, well, at least we do not do that anymore. To look at the fog-choked streets and think, at least our air is cleaner. To look at the desperate poverty and think, at least things are better now. And yes, some things are better. Children in developed countries generally do not work at age 6. Air quality in London has improved dramatically. Social safety nets exist that the Victorians could not have imagined. But I want to challenge you to think deeper than simple comparisons. Because the fundamental dynamics that created the world of the market girls, those dynamics have not disappeared. They have just changed form. The watercress girl sold flowers because her family could not survive on her father's income alone. Today, we call it the gig economy or precarious employment. But the mathematics are similar. Families where both parents work full-time and still struggle to pay rent. People working multiple jobs to make ends meet. Children whose parents are always working and never home because survival requires it. The Costas operated in an informal economy because the formal economy excluded them. Today, street vendors in cities around the world face the same battles with authorities who want clear streets and orderly commerce. Migrants sell goods on sidewalks and get harassed by police. The unlicensed, the undocumented, the desperate. They are still out there, still surviving in the margins, still being erased in the name of order. The Irish basket women were strong because they had to be, but society punished them for that strength. Today, working-class women still navigate the contradiction of being expected to work like men, but judged by standards designed for women with leisure. Single mothers work multiple jobs and get criticized for not spending enough time with their children. Women do physical labor and get told they are unfeminine. The double bind has not disappeared. I'm not saying nothing has changed. I'm saying the patterns persist, and if we only focus on how much better things are now, we miss the opportunity to learn from the past and change the present. So what do we learn? What does the watercress girl teach us? She teaches us that poverty is not a personal failing. She was 8 years old. What could she have possibly done to deserve her circumstances? Nothing. She was born into poverty, and poverty shaped every aspect of her life. When we look at poor people today and ask, why do they not just work harder? Or why do they not make better choices? We need to remember that girl. She was working as hard as any human could work. She was making the best choices available to her. The problem was not her effort or her choices. The problem was a system that required 8-year-olds to work or starve. She teaches us that children need protection, and that protection requires resources and will, not just good intentions. Victorian reformers felt bad about child labour. They wrote articles about it. They expressed concern, but actual change required laws, enforcement, funding for schools, economic support for families. Feeling bad accomplished nothing. Action accomplished everything. She teaches us that informal economies exist because formal economies fail some people, and that criminalizing informality just makes vulnerable people more vulnerable. The Costas were not criminals. They were entrepreneurs operating in the only space available to them. When we criminalize street vending or unlicensed work today, we are not solving problems. We're just making poor people invisible. She teaches us about resilience, but also about the cost of resilience. Yes, the Costas survived. Yes, they built culture and community. That is admirable and inspiring, but they should not have had to be that resilient. They should not have had to build kingdoms in the margins. Celebrating their strength should not mean accepting the conditions that made such strength necessary. Ellen Keeley teaches us that individual success stories do not solve systemic problems. Ellen succeeded. She built businesses. She died wealthy and respected. That is wonderful, truly. But for every Ellen Keeley, there were thousands of flower girls who died poor. One person escaping poverty does not mean the system is working. It means one person got lucky, or was exceptionally talented, or had advantages others did not. Systemic problems require systemic solutions. The Irish basket women teach us about the invisibility of certain kinds of labour. They carried impossible loads and enabled the entire market system to function, Without them, the food distribution system would have collapsed. But Victorian society looked at them with contempt or ignored them entirely. Today we do the same thing with care workers, cleaners, agricultural labourers, delivery drivers, people whose labour is essential but whose humanity is often ignored. The fog teaches us about environmental justice. The wealthy could escape the worst of the pollution. The poor could not. They breathed poison every day and died from it, while the factories that produced that poison made other people wealthy. Today, environmental damage still falls disproportionately on poor communities. The logic has not changed, only the specific pollutants. The Saturday night markets teach us that joy and culture can exist anywhere, that human creativity and connection cannot be suppressed even by terrible circumstances. This is genuinely inspiring, but it is also a reminder that providing bare survival is not enough. People need beauty, community, celebration, meaning. Any society that only focuses on economic metrics is missing what makes life worth living. The secret language teaches us that excluded people will create their own systems, their own structures, their own forms of resistance. You cannot simply ignore or suppress a community and expect them to disappear. They will adapt. They will find ways to survive and maintain identity. Backslang was a beautiful, creative response to oppression, but it also represented a complete breakdown of trust between the costers and the broader society. When people need secret languages to survive, something has gone profoundly wrong. And the mothers, those invisible mothers making impossible choices, they teach us that loving your children and doing what is best for them can require you to do things that look terrible from the outside. Sending your 6-year-old out to work is child abuse unless the alternative is watching all your children starve. We need to create systems where parents never have to make such choices, where loving your children and protecting your children are the same thing. So here we are, at the end of our journey through Victorian London's markets and streets. We have walked through the fog with the watercress girl. We have stood in the Saturday night market under the flaring naphtha lamps. We have listened to the secret language of the costers. We have seen the strength of the Irish basket women. We have calculated the brutal economics of survival. We have watched a kingdom rise and eventually fade. And what have we really learned? Perhaps this, that every era has its marginal people, its excluded communities, its individuals fighting to survive in systems not designed for them. The specifics change. Victorian costers, modern gig workers, future something else's, but the fundamental human struggles remain constant. Poverty exists, inequality exists, exclusion exists. These are not accidents or natural phenomena. They are produced by choices societies make about how to organize themselves, how to distribute resources, how to value different kinds of people and labor, and therefore they can be changed by different choices. The Victorian market girls did not have to live the way they lived. Society could have chosen differently. It could have paid adult workers enough that children did not need to work. It could have regulated coal burning earlier to reduce the killer fogs. It could have created legal spaces for street vendors instead of criminalizing them. It could have valued the labor of basket women and flower girls and watercress sellers. It made different choices, and those choices created the world we've been exploring. A world of suffering and survival, of oppression and resistance, of terrible circumstances and extraordinary human response. We face similar choices now. How we structure our economies, how we treat our most vulnerable, how we value different kinds of work, whether we create systems that require 8-year-olds to work or systems that let 8-year-olds be children, whether we celebrate individual success stories while ignoring systemic failures, or whether we actually address the systems themselves. The watercress girl cannot tell us what to do. She is long dead, her bones probably in an unmarked pauper's grave somewhere in London. But her story can remind us that our choices matter, that the structures we create have real consequences for real human beings, that suffering is not inevitable, but rather the result of decisions that can be made differently. And maybe that is enough. Maybe remembering is the first step toward choosing better. I think often about that moment in Mayhew's interview when the watercress girl says she does not often get beaten, and she presents this as evidence of her mother's goodness. The poverty in that statement, not the material poverty, but the poverty of expectations, the poverty of hope, breaks my heart every time. She's been so thoroughly beaten down by her circumstances that not being beaten too often seems like love. And it was love, actually, given her mother's circumstances. Her mother was doing her best in an impossible situation. But an 8-year-old should not have to define love as not beaten too often. An 8-year-old should be able to take safety and care for granted and use her energy for playing and learning and growing. That little girl deserved better. They all deserved better. The flower girls and the costermongers and the Irish basket women and all the thousands of people we've met on this journey, they deserved better than they got. We cannot change their past. We cannot go back and save them. But we can honour them by remembering them, by telling their stories, by learning from their struggles, and we can change our present, informed by their past, so that fewer people have to be as resilient as they were, so that fewer 8-year-olds have to measure love by the absence of violence rather than the presence of care. As you drift off to sleep tonight, I want you to think about one thing, not the fog or the poverty or the suffering, though those are important to remember. But think about this. The watercress girl survived long enough to tell her story to Henry Mayhew. Despite everything, the cold, the hunger, the work, the fog, the danger, she survived that day and many others. She was strong, she was smart, she was resilient, and she was so much more than her poverty. She had thoughts and feelings and dreams that we will never know. She had a personality, preferences, things that made her laugh, things that scared her. She was a full human being, as complex and valuable as anyone who has ever lived. She just happened to be born in the wrong place at the wrong time to the wrong family. And because of that accident of birth, she never got the chance to become everything she could have been. But her voice survived. Her words echo across 170 years. And tonight, you heard her, you listened to her story, you witnessed her life. And in doing that, you have given her something that Victorian society never did, recognition of her full humanity. That matters. It does not change her past, but it changes how her past is remembered. And how we remember the past shapes how we imagine the future. So thank you. Thank you for taking this journey through the fog with me. Thank you for listening to stories that are often forgotten or ignored. Thank you for caring about people who lived and died long before you were born, but whose struggles echo forward into our time. The market girls of Victorian London, the ones who survived and the ones who did not, the ones whose names we know and the thousands whose names are lost, they deserve to be remembered. Not as statistics or symbols, but as people. Complicated, flawed, strong, vulnerable, creative, suffering, surviving people who lived their lives as fully as circumstances allowed and who left traces in history that we can still see if we look closely enough. Their fog has lifted. Their markets have evolved or disappeared. Their voices have been silent for generations, but their stories remain, and those stories still have power. Sleep well and remember them. And when you wake, maybe think about what choices you can make, what actions you can take, that honor their memory by creating a world where fewer people have to be as strong as they were, Until we meet again, I will be here, searching through history for more forgotten voices, more lost stories, more echoes from the past that have something to teach us about the present. There are so many more journeys we can take together, so many more worlds to explore. Victorian London had countless other stories. The mudlarks who scavenged the Thames, the crossing sweepers who cleared paths through horse manure, the match girls who worked with white phosphorus that rotted their jaws, the chimney sweeps and the sewer workers and the rag pickers and all the others who inhabited the underside of Victorian prosperity. And beyond Victorian London, there are other times, other places, other people whose stories deserve to be told. Every era has its forgotten voices. Every society has its marginal people. Every moment in history is full of individual human beings living lives that matter. Even if history did not bother to record them, I will keep searching for those voices. I will keep telling those stories, and I hope you will keep listening, because in the end that is how we honour the dead, by remembering them, by learning from them, by letting their lives mean something beyond the moment they were lived. The watercress girl is gone, but her story lives. And as long as we keep telling it, as long as we keep listening, she is not entirely lost. Good night. Sleep softly. Let the stories settle into your mind, and when you're ready, come back. There are always more journeys to take, more histories to explore, more voices from the past waiting to be heard. The fog has lifted. The market is quiet. The voices have faded into history, but listen closely, and you can still hear them echoing through the years. 4 bunches a penny, water creases, sweet violets, fresh herring, flowers for the lady. They are still calling, and we are still listening. Thank you for being here. Until next time.